And we're live. This over here. Refresh that. Should be good to go. Howdy, howdy. Hello, everybody. It's alive. Indeed, it is alive. Oh. Yeah, FLERF is a great word, isn't it? It's wonderful. It's a wonderful word. The most wonderful word of the year. Flat Earth is the lowest hanging ignorant fruit. Why do you waste time on it? Well, A, the people want it. B, I enjoy it. Thoughts on the Hyrax? Hold on. I have strong thoughts on the Hyrax. Not only do I have strong thoughts on the Hyrax, hold on. I know I'm asking you to hold your... I took a picture of a Hyrax and another Hyrax 2 days ago. And they were just, no, it did not, they were both very sleepy. They were just as derpy as I imagined them to be in my imagination. Did you know wombats poop cubes? I did know that wombats poop cubes. We will bring up our first guest in just a moment. Just got to get a few things sorted. They're very dumb and screaming. Screamy? Yeah, maybe. All right, let us bring up our first guest. God, I need another place for a water bottle. Move my water bottle over here. Much better. Let's talk to Princess Chardonnay Angel. Princess Chardonnay Angel, how's it going?
Hi.
Princess.
Can you hear me?
I can. Princess, what shape do you think the Earth is?
Okay. A sphere.
Okay.
It's a sphere. It's a globe.
Okay, well, thanks for being here. Do you think that she was here on purpose? Could be an accident, could be. Yeah, it was a little weird, but I'm not, you know, it happens. It happens. People still think the Earth is flat. They do, and it's unfortunate. The Earth is bowl-shaped. That's how the water stays. You got me there. I've been had. I'm a flat earther now. Are you early today? Yeah, a bit. But I finished editing my video and I didn't have much else going on this morning, so... Flat is not a shape. Yeah, it's a description of a kind of shape. In the same way that round isn't a shape. But it's like a description of a kind of shape. Right, there's like flat describes planar things, round describes spherical things, so this is rage bait. It's not rage bait. There's not really anything rage baity here. This is actually like a totally normal view to take. We still don't know what the center of the Earth is like because we can't get to it, and how much land there is in Earth aside from what they don't put on maps. So the Earth is entirely mapped out. We also do know what the center of the Earth is like because we can do ultrasounds of the Earth. Round describes pizza. Pizza is flat. That's true too. Round also describes spheres though, and spheres are not flat. people are still flat earthers in 2026? They are, yeah. Not very many of them, and most of them are kind of like the scraps left over from after the final experiment. Earth is locally flat? Yeah, all smooth manifolds are. Do you think flat Earth will ever stop? It's hard to say. Are the FLERFS left over just grifters at this point? No. Well, okay, the big FLERFs are, but the ones who are the little FLERFs, they're the same as they ever were. Same as they ever were. As long as conspiracy theorists exist, so will flat earthers. That's roughly right. Unless I single-handedly end it. The grifties, right, exactly. All right, let's talk to Edvin. Edvin, how's it going?
You just blowing from Stupid Town?
I don't know what that happened. I don't know what just happened there, but okay. Yeah, here's the thing. The goal is to put myself out of a topic here. No, we'll give it a few more minutes. People will trickle in and we'll get some guests in here. Edvin, you're not welcome. All right, let's talk to Rage. Spelled a little bit differently. Rage, how's it going?
Hello?
Rage, can you hear me?
Yes.
Am I saying your name right?
Yeah, Rage's good.
Okay, Rage, so what shape do you think the Earth is?
Flat.
Okay, why do you think it's flat?
No measured. The horizon's not measured correct with the radius.
How do you figure?
You can take the radius,
Mm-hmm.
and you can calculate the distance of the geometric horizon,
Mm-hmm.
predicated on the radius of the globe,
Mm-hmm.
which would be for a 6-foot observer, 1.224 times the square root of the observer height, gets you approximately 3.2 mile distance geometric horizon.
Sure.
Predicated on a 3-mile distance horizon, 6-foot observer can well establish they see over 10 miles.
Right, but the question is how far away the horizon is, not how far away they can see.
Yep, I said 10 miles.
So you're saying the horizon is 10 miles away. Did you account for
For a
atmospheric
6-foot
effects?
observer. Sure, yeah, 6-foot observer. Average atmospheric conditions, I think, is what the refraction rate is, what, about 0.007 or something?
I'd have to go pull it up. But once you account for atmospheric effects, it will be slightly larger. Now, and you're telling me that on average, you could a 6-foot observer at sea level can see 10 miles, the horizon?
Yep.
Okay, what data do you have that supports that?
St. Petersburg Beach, Florida.
What data do you have that supports that?
I don't know. It's been a couple months since I've done this.
Oh, so you've only done it once.
No, I've done it. I think 3 times. Almost. All right, I've done it twice. The third time it started raining, so I didn't do it.
Mm-hmm. So you did it twice, and you used that to establish that that you had average atmospheric conditions. And how did you measure the distance to the horizon?
Yeah, there's a boat float app where you can measure the distance from you and the buoys. It shows you all the buoys nearby and the temperature, the water temperature of that location.
Well, the water temperature isn't so relevant here.
No, but it gives you a reference from the distance you are to the buoy.
Okay, and so how big is this buoy that you can see from 10 miles away?
Like, how tall is it? I'm pretty sure like 25 feet tall. I think like 10 feet is in the water.
Yeah, and how do you know that you're seeing the bottom of it?
The bottom of the buoy or the
Yeah.
bottom of the boat?
Oh, sorry. I thought we were using the buoy to figure out the distance.
Yeah, the buoy's in reference to the distance, but the boat's in reference to the actual horizon.
Well, wait a minute. So how far away is the buoy?
Yeah, the buoy is well established over 10 miles.
Okay, so it's over 10 miles?
Yeah, of course. Yeah,
And-
yeah. This is very easy. I don't know why you're surprised.
Well, no. Okay, so I'm just collecting the data here. So you say that the buoy is 10 miles, and how much of the buoy can you see?
Ooh, well, I mean, I'd say it's well over 10 feet.
And how tall is the buoy?
At least 25 feet. Most buoys are 25 feet.
Okay, so that means that if the buoy is if the buoy is over 10 miles away, and you can't see the bottom of the buoy, then it means that that's not where the horizon is.
No, wait a minute. So you're saying because the buoy's in the water?
Because the buoy is obstructed, because you can't see because you can't see the bottom of the buoy. And by the bottom, by the way, I mean the part of the buoy that is like in contact with the water. I don't mean like the part of the buoy that's underwater.
So what do you wait? So what's your claim then? Okay, so what are you saying?
Well, it sounded like you were saying that the bottom 10 feet of the buoy that's still above water, you can't see. Is that not what you were saying?
Even if you were right next to the buoy, you wouldn't see 10 feet of it because
I'm talking about the bottom. I'm talking about the part of the buoy above the water.
Yeah, what about it though?
Right. So how much of the buoy above the water can you see?
I mean, I didn't measure. I wouldn't say I measured perfectly, so I would be lying.
But you
But
didn't
I
see
would argue it's...
Did you see the bottom of the buoy in the water? Like the, and again, I say bottom. I don't mean the part that's below the water. I mean the part of the water. I mean the part of the buoy that is like touching that's level with the water.
Of course, I've seen the bottom of the buoy. Yeah, I mean, if you're asking me, do I see like the
whole thing above water?
Of course not. You don't see the whole thing above water, no, because that's why it's a buoy. It goes, half of its weight goes distributed.
Oh my
in the
God,
water.
are you not understanding what I'm asking you?
I do know what you're saying. It's just you're not asking it right.
Okay, well then answer the question.
Yeah, sure. I just told you the answer. Yeah, I would say roughly between 10 and 15 feet. I see.
Okay, and how tall is the buoy in total?
25.
Okay, and how much of the buoy is in the water?
Well, obviously, if you're saying 10, 15 is 25, right?
Oh, that doesn't follow.
Do the math. You can do the
I
math.
mean, it's possible that some of it's obstructed, right?
I mean, obstructed by what? What's your claim? Are you saying it's obstructed by curvature?
Well, no, it's just possible that it's obstructed.
Obstructed by what?
Just because you can only see the top 10, or just because it's 25 feet tall and 10 feet of it is in the water doesn't mean that you are guaranteed to see 15 feet of it.
Okay, so what would your claim be then?
I'm not making a claim. I'm asking you. You can't just assume that because 10 feet of it's in the water and it's 25 feet tall that you can see 15 feet of it. That's just not that's just a bad assumption.
Well, I said 10 or 15.
Okay, so you're saying that you can see 10 or 15 feet?
I mean, yeah, I mean, I'm not standing right next to it. I'm not measuring it literally with the measuring tape, right? I'm just doing an average based off the total height and the average I see.
And how are you determining how much you see?
Yeah, just an eyeball. I mean, think about it. If it's 25 feet tall, you can measure because buoys have different heights, right? You have little white lines on buoys.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, the white lines. Yeah, white lines on buoys. It gives you an average depth, and the average depth gives you a reference from how deep it is in the water, right? So from those white lines,
and you're saying that you can just see this from shore, right? With your eyes.
Yes, I'm 6'2". Yeah, at the beach.
Yeah.
Nice camera out there.
Okay,
infrared camera.
So infrared camera. I see.
Yeah, it destroys the globe.
Yeah. So what level of zoom do you have?
Yeah, it's got a 25 to 3000.
Yeah. So what model of camera is this?
I got 950, Nikon P950.
Nikon P950.
Mm-hmm.
I've never heard of that.
You never heard of the 950?
No, I've never heard of the 950.
No, it's okay. Yeah, well, I mean, there's a 1000. I know there's a P1000, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, do you want to show us your camera?
I don't have camera access, but I would love to.
Oh, I thought that you used a camera to do this.
Do you mean like show you like on the live my camera?
Yeah. Just like turn on your video and show us the camera. That
yeah, I don't have camera access on this. I wish I did. If I did, of course I would.
Oh, why don't you have camera access on it? That's weird.
This is I don't know. I don't go live as much on TikTok.
Oh, okay.
I'm sorry, but no. But do you understand what I'm saying? Though? What would your argument for that be?
My argument for what? I mean, unless you can give me evidence that it happened, like I'm just kind of skeptical.
Do you mean evidence that I just gave you?
No, I mean, you did.
Observer,
All you did was tell me that you saw something 10 miles away with a camera from 6 feet observer height. Like, I mean, like you have to understand that like anybody can say anything. They can just come up and say it, and unless you can like give me, you know, it'd be good to have like some pictures or good to have some geolocated stuff or like video of this, then it's kind of tricky for me to just accept your word at face value. Because for example, I could just go up and say, oh well, you know, I went to the beach and with my Nikon P1000 and I could only see a buoy 3 miles away and I couldn't see a buoy that was 5 miles away. And then what would be your argument for that?
Yeah, I mean, so you're saying pretty much it's just a dichotomy, right? It's just a he said, she said type thing.
Well, if that's the standard of evidence that you're offering, namely that you're just saying, well, I just saw this and I can't give you any evidence that it happened, then...
That's true. I mean, like, if you want, I mean, can I ask you a question? So are you under predication that you would actually believe something, whether it's scientific, but under the predication it could be fraudulated? Would you not believe it?
I don't know what fraudulated means.
Like you know, it's fraudulent, like something that's false, someone that, you know, made up false information.
So generally, if something is pretty, there's a word that starts with a P. Maybe it doesn't start with a P. If somebody's claim is pretty typical and not so surprising, then I'm willing to just take people's word whenever they say whatever. Like if they said I had cereal for breakfast.
Yeah, that's not very fair of you though, because you get hundreds of flat earthers on your panel telling you this.
Please, I was in the middle of a sentence. So if somebody comes up and says I had cereal for breakfast, I'll probably just believe them on face value. But if somebody makes a claim that seems extremely in contradiction to my understanding of the world, I'm going to need a little bit more than just I witnessed this thing or this thing happened to me. Okay. And that's surely understandable.
Sure. Okay, so do you want to add different evidence? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, for example, could you offer some explanations for how the world might work on a flat earth?
I have no idea, to be honest. I mean, I feel like it's a fallacy because you're under the predication that it's not the way it is. It's like, well, what do you mean? Well,
no, I mean, like, so what I'm asking for is like mechanisms, right? Like we have mechanisms for why things work certain ways. For example, we know why planes fly, right? Like we have a pretty good mechanical understanding of how planes fly. It involves lift and drag and propulsion and et cetera, et cetera. And so there's questions like, why does the sun fly if the earth is flat, right?
Did you say why does, wait, do you have a PhD for real, Mr. Blitz?
Yeah, I do. It's Dr. Blitz free, PhD free.
So how do you know it's me, dog? Who snitched me out?
Everybody knows it's you.
Oh my god, you love me, dude. That's why you blocked me.
I don't. And in fact, actually...
Don't drop me now. Don't drop me.
You just blowing from Stupid Town?
Ban him. Mods, ban him. All right, let's talk to TCG and Gaming. TCG and Gaming, how's it going?
Good, how you doing?
I'm doing all right. TCG, what shape do you think the Earth is?
I think the Earth is flat.
Yeah, why?
There's many reasons, but one of them is how come gravity is holding down the ocean?
Wait, that's a reason. Correct, you know? I'm a little bit confused.
Well,
so
you
said, hold on. You said you think the Earth is flat. I asked you why. And so my question, and then you answered my question of why you think the Earth is flat with a question. I don't understand how that explains why you think the Earth is flat.
Okay, let me say something better. How come we can see the moon in a sphere during the day?
Wait, why can't you just answer my question?
What question?
The question that I asked you.
I'm answering.
You're answering my question with a question.
No, I'm telling you.
Can't you just answer it with an answer?
That's an answer. Like, how come
an answer isn't a question.
I'm saying that I think the Earth is flat because we can see the moon during the day.
Okay, so you're saying the Earth is flat because we can see the moon during the day. Is that your that's why you think the Earth is flat?
Yeah, it's impossible to see it in a sphere, don't you think?
Sorry, one more time. Also, is there a child in the background that needs to be taken care of?
Yeah.
Should you be taking care of your child?
My wife is around.
Okay, are you driving?
No.
Okay.
Are you gonna answer that?
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that the kid's okay.
That's
Okay. So you think the Earth is flat because you can see the moon during the day.
Yeah.
Did you just change to Bluetooth or something? Because I can hear myself again.
No, it's just that I moved my phone.
Okay, can you put it back the way it was? Because there's now a horrible echo.
Can you hear me?
Okay, now it's better. Right, okay. So why do you think that because the moon is visible sometimes during the day, that means that the Earth can't be round and must be flat?
Because you don't think it makes sense, like people in the other side of the world, they have the moon during the night, and we have it during the day. You don't think?
No, the moon's not visible every night. There are nights where the moon's not visible.
Well, I can see it most of the night. I see
Yeah,
it
most
every
nights.
night.
Most nights the moon is around, but not every night.
Like right now, I can see the moon far, but I can see it. I'm not supposed to be seeing it right now.
So
How is that possible?
maybe I don't understand what your confusion is. The moon orbits the Earth once every 28-ish days, and the Earth rotates once every day. So whether it's day or night depends on the Earth's rotation. Whether or not the moon is visible just depends on where the moon is in its orbit. And because those are two different amounts, they don't stay in sync. It's not like the moon is always on the night side of the Earth. The moon is moving around the Earth slower than the Earth is turning. And so sometimes the moon will kind of fall behind enough that it is back on the day side. I don't understand the confusion here.
That it's not a confusion. Is that how I don't understand still how we can see it during the day. Like right now, it's 11 where I'm at.
Mm-hmm.
How can I see the moon? It's not supposed to be in the other side of the world.
No. The moon is not just stuck to the night side of the Earth.
So
I just explained it to you. Sometimes the moon is on the same side of the Earth as the sun is. And then you can see it during the day.
It would make more sense if the Earth was flat because it would be far away, not down in the
What?
other side.
What would be far away, not down?
Well, the moon. You guys say the moon and the sun, they move around the Earth, right? Or
well, the sun goes around the Earth goes around the sun, the moon goes around the Earth. Yeah.
And the other point that I was saying that I think gravity is fake. That's one of the points that a sphere needs to have for it to be a sphere.
Sure. But surely you don't think that gravity is fake insofar as things don't fall.
Was it things fall because they're heavy?
Yeah, all you need is a force downwards, and that gets you a spherical shape. If you don't want to call it gravity, that's fine, but it's still a downward force, and it gets you to a spherical shape.
Okay, then I have a question. If we go into the ocean and we go deep enough, do we get crushed? Yes or no?
Kind of not, but you won't be able to breathe.
We get crushed.
Not really. Humans are mostly liquid, so humans won't really get crushed. If you are in an air-filled cavity, and then that air-filled cavity ruptures, then you will get crushed because the cavity will get crushed. But you won't get crushed, at least not up to a certain depth.
But there's a certain depth that we cannot dive into because...
But that's for breathing reasons, basically. Like, it becomes really, really toxic to breathe compressed air at that depth.
And you don't think that force can be the same above the ocean?
What force? That's a pressure.
That pressure.
There is pressure above the ocean as well. That pressure is caused by gravity.
But we don't feel it.
How come? You don't feel it when you're underwater either.
Yes, we do. You just said that we cannot breathe under there.
You can't breathe underwater because it's water, not air.
Yeah, but you know, if you scuba dive in a certain point, all your organs they're gonna get crushed.
No, they don't.
Well, you gotta search that up.
Literally not a thing that happens, and this is coming from me, a licensed scuba diver.
Then you know there's You know there's a certain depth that we cannot go.
That's because the air becomes toxic. If you try, so when you scuba dive, you're breathing compressed air, and above a certain pressure level, the air that you're breathing becomes toxic.
So we don't get crushed. That's what you're saying.
Yeah, I mean, at least not at any sort of depth that humans can, you know, reasonably go to. Now, there are questions about what happens to gas. So our body has some gases in it. So there are questions about what happens to those gases at extreme depths, like at the deepest part of the Mariana Trench. But that wouldn't crush you. It would just turn the gases into a supercritical fluid.
It's been. You got some points. You have some knowledge. I gotta go. I'll try to get back when I have the chance.
All right, sounds good. Go take care of your kids. I thought your wife was around. All right, let's talk to Gixer. Oh, I need to read some super chats. I'll read some super chats after the next one. Gixer, how's it going?
Good morning. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, Gixer. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. How are you?
I'm doing okay. Gixer, what shape do you think the Earth is?
I'm not a flat earther. It's kind of hard to explain. I will try to explain my best.
Wait, you're not a flat earther?
No, I think it's like not round. I think it's like I would describe almost a banana shape. You know, like.
Nah. Sorry, nah. Almost like a banana shape? All right, let's read a super chat. I think we only have one, actually. From Jack Fetter with the $5. He used the word predicated too many times. I am suspicious. Exactly. And from David Nikolai with the €6, believing the Earth is flat in the age of satellites is like arguing the ocean is dry because you don't own a boat, right? Thank you so much, David. All right, let's talk to YT. YT, how's it going?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing okay. What shape do you think the Earth is?
Yo, a sphere. Why?
Okay, well, thanks for being here. All right, I think did I talk to Gilligan recently? For some reason, the name seems familiar. Let's talk to Gilligan Carter. Gilligan, how's it going?
Yeah, I joined the other day when you was talking about rocks. You was talking about rocks. Oh no, we ended up talking about rocks.
Do you think what shape do you think the Earth is?
I now believe it's flat.
Now believe it's flat.
As of when? It's flat. I did an observation in January, but I'm happy to walk you through it. But the reason why I joined again, because I've shown the observation on several other lives, but what happens when you share it on a global live? Because you answer so many questions, and they get to the point where they become so aggressive that they don't even engage with the mechanics. So that's why I rejoined. I'm happy to walk you through it.
Yeah, what's the observation?
Just because I've got two fundamental questions.
Yeah, what's the observation?
I'll show you. Hang on.
Well, I mean, tell me about it, and then we can look at it together if you have it.
Because I think there's two other mechanics going on, which I can never ever get to the point of asking. But let's. I just want to say this is what I was going. We were talking about rocks the other day.
There's far too small for me to see.
Oh, okay. Let's. Can you give me the big screen? Are you allowed to do that?
No, I can't because you're on 3 different platforms.
Oh, okay. It might be a bit small, but this ship is called MSC Elmer. I'll try and zoom in.
MSC Elmer. Okay.
MSC Elmer. I filmed this, so I tracked my location and the location of the ship, and it was roughly 14 miles away, using the two positions. I then tracked my observer height, which was, and in fact, we've been rigorous in, this is me and a glober, the father-in-law's a glober, but roughly 10 meters above sea level. I then tracked the ship, the draft, the height of the ship, its location, but it should be behind the obscured part.
And how tall is the ship?
The ship is 24.8 meters.
Okay.
I don't know if you can see that, but it's 24.8 meters. And the
how
draft.
How far is the ship?
Roughly 14 miles.
14 miles. So that's what? 1.6
And
times 14.
The draft was 11.2. So
I don't know.
13 points.
The what was 11.2?
Oh, the draft at that point. So of that 24.
I don't know what word you're saying. The draft?
The draft. Well, it's on.
I don't know what that is. What is that?
It's the proportion that's in the boat because of the containers. So the bit that's it. So this will sink and rise.
Oh, so you're telling me how much? You're telling me how much was above the surface of the water?
Yeah.
Okay.
So
how much was it?
13.6 is the amount of hull above the water.
Yeah. Okay. So can I show you something?
Sure. Yeah.
I just punched in the numbers that you just gave me. So you were 10 meters above sea level, and I assume that you're like, a short king at, maybe 2 meters tall. So I put in 12 meters for the observer height.
No, the camera was balanced on some railings. You can't tweak the observer height.
So then let's just put 10 meters for the observer height. Fine. And
I think it was less, but
I mean that's the number you gave me. Okay.
Sure.
We can make it 8 meters.
No,
8 meters, whatever.
10. Use 10. That's what we're going with.
And the distance is 22.4 kilometers.
Yeah.
And the target size is 13.6 meters. So you should be able to see it. You should be able to see the top half of the ship from that distance.
Not all of it, though.
No, and I'd be surprised if you could see the very, very bottom part of the ship.
I can. This is the bit where people start to freak out.
It would be a little surprising. Yeah.
So this this front part of the ship that's on screen, this red part, the front bow at the bottom of the boat, this is the bit that's not in any doubt, even with the father-in-law that's the Glober. That bottom bow of the ship is still visible.
Can you show me the image of the picture, or the image of the ship again? How do you know you're not seeing the part that's sticking up a little bit higher up?
What do you mean?
It looks like if you go, show me the bottom bit of the boat again, the part that you think that you're seeing.
I did put it side. This is a bit. I actually put it side by side. So let's bring that up.
Wait, hold.
I actually put them side by side.
There's a piece of the bit that's sticking out up top as well. And then it goes in again. So how do you know you're not seeing that?
Oh, this bit.
I don't know what you're pointing to.
The front of the boat.
Yeah, so what I'm pointing to is I'm pointing to the bit right under the white.
This bit where my mouse is?
I can't see your mouse.
Oh, okay. Hang on. I'm talking about, hang on. I'm gonna need a circle. Hang on. This bit in red that I've just circled.
Actually, can you show me the image again of the boat that you're seeing?
Yeah.
The one from far away?
Well, I've cropped it. That is the bit that's on screen.
No, I want to see the picture that you took of the boat from far away.
Oh, okay.
Do you have the whole picture?
This is the boat.
No, the one that you took when it was 22.4 kilometers away. Yeah.
Yeah, I've took loads. Hang on. That's just one screenshot. There.
Okay. Can you move it a little bit to the right?
Is that right or left?
That's you're good. Okay, so there's these windmills behind it. Why are we not seeing the entire windmill?
You are. This is the interesting bit.
Really? I'm seeing the entire windmill? You're saying that those windmills are like, when they're angled down, they're only like a few feet off the surface of the water?
You can see, this is the interesting bit. So if I bring up another document, just to say, if I show you this image here, I don't
know what this is. I don't know what you're showing me.
I converted both images. My image on the right.
So which windmills are those? Where were you when you took this photo?
The windmills, I'll tell you, hang on. We want, let's go to, hang on. We want this one. They're called London Array.
London Array windmills. Okay.
London Array windmills.
The London array, right. I just want to pull up a picture of them.
Yeah.
The London array. Windmills. So, show us your picture of the windmills again.
Hang on. I could show you several, but you want
the one with the boat in the background.
Hang on. Because I've got so
or with the boat in the foreground, rather.
That will do. This is actually from video that's on screen.
So, let me see. Maybe I can blow you up for the people watching on YouTube horizontal, but it'll be blurry.
Okay.
So I'm just going to take a screenshot of what I'm seeing, and I will pull it up. And then we can do some quick analysis. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna make you smaller again. Okay. So here's what I'm looking at. Let me pull up Paint. Okay, so it's a little bit blurry, but we'll do our best. Okay, can you see what I'm seeing? Can you see what I'm showing?
Yeah.
Okay, so see these windmills? I'm gonna try to trace them out here. It looks like we have one there, one blade there, and one blade going off this way, right?
Yeah, roughly, yeah.
Okay,
Agreed.
so if you tilted that, this bottom blade would intersect with the water, right?
Just to say, I know where you're going with that, but I've not even zoomed in at that point. When I zoom in, more of the bottom becomes visible.
That's a big claim.
I'll show you. Hang on. So on screen, I've taken several stills. So this one that in fact, that's roughly the one that you cropped.
Mm-hmm.
The base, you can't see my mouse, but you can see the one next to the ship, the bottom of the base isn't visible. But I then zoom in. So actually, in fact, the inference is that it's behind the curve. But I then
the inference is that it's obstructed by something.
Yeah, exactly. But I then zoom in, and the bottom bases become visible again.
I don't see the bottom bases.
Where the orange line is.
I see what you're pointing to, but the bottom bases are yellow. And I don't see anything yellow that you're pointing at.
It literally where the orange line is. The orange line goes to...
The orange line that you're pointing at is still gray. Can you show us that again, and I'll just pull it up again for everybody?
There's tonal, but I've just enlarged it, and that is a yellow base.
That is a yellow base. But it goes yellow... Actually, there's a tri-color thing. Let me show you. So this is what I'm looking at. Is this what we're looking at? Let me pull it up. It's the wrong one. So we have this. Let me make you small again.
Yes,
so this is what I'm looking at.
So
This is what it's supposed to look like, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so it looks like that the blades should be like, I don't know, less than half the length of the height of the thing, right?
You're partly right, but I've done...
So like something is weird with the proportions here.
Yeah, but that's the question that I get to, which is actually...
So what's going on with the proportions here?
Well, I've zoomed into something that's 14 miles away, but if this is the interesting bit...
Zoom doesn't change the proportion of things, right?
But that's the thing, it is.
That's not how optics work. So like something fishy is happening here.
This is the debate I'm having, because...
so what's your explanation for why the proportions change?
Well, this is the question that I don't specifically need to answer, because
sure you do, because something obviously fishy is happening here.
Agreed, but what I'm saying is that in fact, because you can't see the mouse, but where next to the ship, the bottom of the base of the turbine isn't visible, but Zoom makes it visible. So forget about the flat Earth globe Earth debate.
So can you show us the video that you're showing us, and then just hit play on it and show us that you zoom in and you get the yellow comes into focus?
I could, but just to say the camera wasn't on a stand. But,
I thought you said, wait, you said that it was. You said that it was mounted on a rail.
it's balanced on railings with me holding it.
Okay.
It wasn't on a stand.
Okay.
So it is.
Okay, so let's see the zoom in.
Hang on. So
I'll make you big again for the YouTube horizontal watchers. By the way, more people should watch on YouTube horizontally.
It's starting at 8 seconds of 52.
Okay, I'm waiting.
So
you're not showing us the screen, by the way.
Oh, I zoom in, so I could freeze frame it here.
Mm-hmm.
And you can see, this is, all I've done is I've taken stills from this. And so I've paused it at 30 seconds. And you can see base.
So help me make sense of this. From the same video, from this video, so I see like the little bit that's yellow.
Yeah.
It definitely looks yellow. It looks like if you rotate, it looks like if you played it through, it looks like the blades would basically touch the yellow part.
No, like I actually drew circles around this and it doesn't touch the yellow bit.
I mean, it shouldn't touch the yellow bit by like any distance. It shouldn't even get close.
It wouldn't do. In fact, what actually
I mean, just like look at the lengths of the blades and where you're claiming that the yellow bit is.
But I on some of the stills that I took, I did freeze frames where the turbine is in its lower position, just off center.
Can you show us?
I think so. Hang on. I think I've done so many documents going back and forth. Let's try and find it. Hang on. So just to say, I tracked the rotor blades, the shit. Like I say, I've pulled this apart, and this is the interesting bit. Neither of us can reconcile it with the globe. I did more on the position of it. But you're specifically asking for the bottom of the turbines.
Mm-hmm.
Hang on. It's definitely in one of these. Here we go. Well, there's just one picture. This is from my still. Hang on. Is that right? Which one am I showing you? Well, there you go. Just off axis.
Yeah. Okay. So it looks like it's like
I've drawn a red line.
Right. Sure. So it's fairly close, and if it rotated fully, it would probably be, I don't know the scale of these things, but it'd be pretty close to the yellow thing. And compare that with the actual distance from the yellow that you can see here.
But both have collapsed. Both the yellow base bit has collapsed optically, and so has the bit. Well, I've drawn lines on this, but there's a blue line, and then the space above the base.
Like clearly something's happening here. Something fishy is happening here optically, right? Because the blades, when the blades are pointing downward, pointing downwards, it shouldn't be anywhere near the yellow line or where the yellow bit starts. So something is happening, right?
But this is the divergence between mathematics. If you purely use like
the divergence between mathematics.
What you do need to use. You do need to use some form of mathematics.
Well, this is like standard optics. So what we could be seeing, by the way, what we could be seeing is optical compression, right? Now, optical compression can absolutely happen as a result of refractive effects, right?
But the refraction at that time, it's so if there was any refraction, in fact, in order to see the whole of the boat, which it is, you need some severe level of refraction.
You do, but we're also seeing a severe level of optical compression, right? Namely, that we're seeing that somehow the yellow bit is fairly close to where the wind turbine blades are when they're oriented vertically, even though that's not how they are in real life. So what it sounds like is that we actually are getting a significant amount of refractive effects.
No.
Then how can you explain why the wind turbine blades are so close to the yellow post?
Well,
when in reality they're not actually close to the yellow post at all.
But the question is why they're visible. They're not visible across all frames, with the only variable being zoom. That's the fundamental question.
Well, I imagine that they're just too small.
Yeah, but this is when the base is too small, I can still see the top of the turbines. So optics predicts that if you shouldn't be able to see the off-axis point, if you like, because I'm closer to the bottom than I am the top of the boat or top of the turbines. And optics predicts that off-axis shrinks greater than the center of my vision.
That's not what optics predicts. What?
Well, that's exactly what has been put forward, and I've accepted.
I mean, it's not true. Everything shrinks at the same rate.
But the distance away from my eye line, it's greater to the edge of the turbine. So it shrinks
but that's negligible. It's going to have no effect on it because you're kilometers away, and your distance closer to the like the top of the turbine.
It might be negligible.
It's negligible, so it won't have any effect on anything that you will notice.
Well, as this turbine shrinks proportionally towards the point that it vanishes on the horizon, naturally you'd have to assume that this is flat, but at the point in which this shrinks to the point that it vanishes on the horizon, space exists outside of the turbine.
Space exists out? I don't know what that statement means.
Well, if I had 10 turbines high, at the point in which this one shrinks to the point that it's no longer visible or a dot, then there should be 10 dots in a line. If all turbine distances have shrunk to a dot.
Yeah, they would all be the same size, sure.
And then as those 10 shrink further, they would get to 5, or let's no,
they wouldn't become numbers. 5 dots.
Well, eventually, as they keep shrinking, they would shrink and disappear on the horizon.
They would all disappear simultaneously.
3D space doesn't work like that.
That's what? Apparently, space doesn't work like that. What are you talking about?
If the whole of space, so if I look out in front of me, and the whole of 3D space above me to my left,
are you saying freely? What are you saying? Freely space?
3D.
3D. Okay, sure. Sorry. Yeah.
So if the whole of my vision is made up of turbines, then as the turbines shrink to a dot, it can't simply cease.
So
otherwise, I wouldn't be seeing anything.
If the Earth is flat, the only thing that stops you from seeing things is that they just get too small. They never disappear. They're just too small.
Well, that's the point. So I'm saying at the bottom of the base of the turbine.
But the base of the turbine wouldn't disappear any more than like the bit right above it. It wouldn't disappear any faster.
That's the question. Is it has the bottom of the base is not visible?
I'm not so convinced that that's the case. The yellow.
But that's the evidence.
I mean,
the evidence is showing.
The yellow is like really faint and hard to see here. So it's not even clear to me that when you're zoomed out that like there's the issue here is that we're trying to distinguish between where the yellow bit is and where the white bit is, right? And so when you have a camera, the way a camera works, and this is the way eyeballs work too, is that it takes the light that hits a certain pixel and then it shows you the color of that light that hits that pixel. And if you're zoomed out, what can happen is that the light from multiple different locations in real life can hit the same pixel, and so it'll average over that color.
Yes, agreed.
And so it's not to say that the yellow bit wasn't visible, just that the yellow bit and the white bit were merged onto the same pixel on your camera.
Spot on sampling, yes.
So this doesn't mean that zooming it in is bringing it above the horizon.
No, it's bringing it above the threshold of the sampling.
Yeah, sure. And that just means then that would be consistent then with there being significant refraction, especially because we're seeing vertical distortion.
But you don't need refraction, because that bends the light rays outside vertically of the camera.
All it's going to do is it's going to cause compression vertically, and it's going to raise things vertically.
Yeah, but that's the thing. That's why this has moved away from a simple, well, you need a certain refraction that isn't consistent with the observation. Whether
How is it not
that
consistent
time-
with the observation?
I'll tell you. So going back to the observation itself, I tracked the weather at that point. And
the weather's
weather
not not really going to tell you what the refractive coefficient is, by the way.
It would give you an indication what.
No, it wouldn't.
Well, this is I use Google AI, ChatGPT.
Don't do that.
And
so in order to know what the refractive coefficient is, you basically need to know how the temperature is varying as a function of height above the water.
Yeah,
and
the weather conditions at that time.
Knowing the weather conditions at that time is not going to be particularly informative of that, unless you can run a really complicated model.
Yeah, but you need some. You're right, but in order to reconcile this specific observation with actually it was a rising tide, which would make the height above sea level less, you need a 6 times Earth radius.
You don't need a 6 times Earth radius if you have significant refraction. That's the point. But
there needs to be. But what specifically is within that imagery that shows that there's some form of
the vertical distortion?
But there isn't any.
There is, and you agreed that there is. There's vertical compression, namely that in real life, the distance between the bottom of the blades is not at all close to the actual bottom of it. Not at all close to the actual yellow part of the array, and yet in your photo, the yellow part of the array is like just a few feet above or just a few feet below the bottom of the turbine.
But there's no horizontal scattering.
Yes, that's the point. If you have significant refraction, you will see vertical compression. You will not see horizontal compression. The atmospheric refraction happens in vertical layers, so you're not going to see horizontal effects.
But still, even if without the if this was flat, we both agreed that the base, only the bottom of the base could overlap pixels. There's no way that
the bottom of the base could overlap. I don't understand. Sorry, repeat that.
We literally discussed that, and we said that.
So, but you were saying something about the top.
Well, there's no way that the top of the turbine can hit the same pixel as the bottom of the base hitting the same pixel.
It could if it's far enough away, right?
If it's far enough away, yeah.
Yeah.
But it needs to be pretty much infinity for that to...
No, it doesn't. You could just calculate the distance.
Until that gets to the point where it shrunk to 2 pixels.
Yeah.
Then you've got a 1-to-1 ratio where you've got a...
But here what we're seeing is we clearly have enough resolution to distinguish between the individual blades, and we actually have many pixels for a single blade. And yet, somehow, the bottom of the blades are fairly close to where the yellow part of the turbine begins. And so there's clearly something strange happening there, right? I mean, like,
but it can only be camera-wise. The only variable is zoom.
The zoom isn't affecting any of this discussion, because we've already agreed that all the zoom is doing is it's just separating out the pixels so that we can distinguish between the yellow and the white. Before we're zoomed in, you can't distinguish between the yellow and the white. But the point is the yellow's still there. We just don't have the information to capture it when you're zoomed out.
That's the point.
I mean, the yellow is like, look, if you had infinite resolution, even if you were zoomed out all the way, then you would still be able to detect the yellow, right?
If you had infinite zoom,
not zoom, infinite resolution.
Yeah, all right, infinite resolution.
If you had infinite resolution while zoomed out, you would still be able to see the yellow. The trouble is that when you're zoomed out, you don't have infinite resolution, and so what you end up with is the white bits mixing with the yellowish bits, and so that's why we're not seeing that when you're zoomed out. So that is merely a camera issue. That's merely a camera issue. If we're talking about the physics of what's happening here, when you zoom in, that's going to give us the most accurate view of what's of like the actual light rays that are getting to us. The camera is no longer in the way, and so when you're zoomed in, for some reason, these turbine blades are very close to this yellow base like thing, even though that's not how they're actually oriented in the real world. And so that means that there must be some vertical compression happening. It's shortening things in the vertical direction without changing things in the horizontal direction.
But it's happening across the whole thing.
I don't know what that means.
It's happening across the whole turbine.
What's happening across the whole turbine?
The compression.
Yes,
It's
it
not
would.
just
It
at
would
the
happen
lower
across the
proportion of it.
entire thing. Yeah, it would have to.
But I think this is where it's moved away from refraction.
No, refraction can cause vertical compression, especially severe refraction, which severe
Agreed.
refraction would also account for why you're able to see the bottom part of the turbine.
But I can't see it in this one. I can't see it in the zoomed out images.
You can. It's just being you're just losing color resolution because you're mixing
so that's
pixels.
information. Even if you say there's two mechanisms going on.
I'm not saying there's two. I'm saying there's exactly one mechanism going on, and when you're zoomed out, you're just losing some of the data that is otherwise available to you because your camera's imperfect.
That's the second message. One is refraction, and one is the
look. So the refraction is like the physical mechanism that's happening here. What your camera's doing is just telling you about the kinds of like which so you have light rays. The light rays are getting from your sources, the boat, the turbines, whatever. Those light rays are making their way to you. And some of them will end up in your camera, and depending on the configuration of the optics in your camera, you may or may not be able to distinguish between some of those light rays. When you're zoomed out, you can't distinguish between some of those light rays. When you're zoomed in, you can distinguish between some of those light rays. This isn't changing the light rays. This is just changing which light rays you can distinguish between. So when you're zoomed out, all you're saying is that, oh, well, even though there are these light rays that are coming in, I just can't tell them apart because I'm just not using my camera in a way that will allow me to do that. So the camera, the camera being zoomed out is kind of useless. It doesn't tell us anything.
But the person that says that when you're zoomed out, it's obstructed. It's not.
It definitely looks obstructed, and in fact, I believe that it actually still is obstructed, at least partially. But it's just not, because like these things are supposed to have like a red band, then a yellow band, then a red band, and like it's not clear from the photos if we can see all of those. But it definitely looks obstructed.
It might look obstructed,
yeah.
But it's not.
Like
it's information loss.
Yeah,
not
sure. But that doesn't that has absolutely nothing to do with
doesn't
whether
say
or not
that the
there's a
refraction
refraction
isn't happening.
Right.
But it does shift the burden of proof to say if you need extreme refraction, which you do, in order to reconcile that.
Except we have two pieces of evidence which are both concordant with extreme refraction. And on the flat Earth model, you have no explanation for one of those pieces of evidence without extreme refraction.
But you need, so if I did more, so this is good. It's valuable information because I can now say, well, actually, what in the imagery is consistent with extreme refraction. So in order to reconcile this observation, you need a 6 times Earth radius. And
no, you don't need 6 times Earth radius. I don't know what that means. You just need refraction doesn't change the radius of the Earth.
Refraction does exactly that.
No, it literally doesn't. Refraction just bends the light.
What makes the K value then? What's the whole point in the K value?
The K value is just a measure of the refraction. The measure of how much refraction there is.
Okay. But how much refraction do you need?
So in Walter Bisson's calculator, the K value that I'm getting, that in order to be able to see the entirety of everything,
should be 6.
I'm getting a refraction coefficient of about 0.75.
No, you definitely need a 6 times.
I can show it to you. Here,
but
refraction
but
coefficient
if you factored in all the variables,
0.75. Yeah, the height, the target size, distance. Yeah, so at 0.75 refraction, you were able to see like the entire thing will always be above the horizon. The entire boat will be above the horizon. Will not be hidden behind the horizon.
Well, that's interesting because using the standard, using the calculation for the tangent above with line of sight, 10 meters roughly would be obscured.
At a refraction coefficient of 0.75?
With 0 refraction. So what
Well, right, we're not at zero refraction. We're talking about pretty extreme refraction that's happening here, actually.
So, going back to the... Well, I'm interested to know how you got to accepting the 1.17, the standard refraction.
What 1.17? What?
You said you put in standard refraction into that.
No, I didn't put standard refraction, and I put the refraction at severe.
Well, that's the point. You need severe refraction.
Yeah, you do. And severe refraction explains both the ability to see further than what you would otherwise expect and the vertical compression. On the flat Earth model, where you don't need extreme refraction, because extreme refraction, by the way, would make things appear higher than eye level on a flat Earth. On the flat Earth model, you have an explanation for why you can see the bottom of things, but you have no explanation for why there's vertical compression.
Well, there will be vertical compression optically anyway.
No, there won't be.
Is shrinking.
It's proportional. It's proportional. No. So when I say vertical compression, what I mean is that the proportions are changing.
Oh, but they're not.
Apparently they are, because the top of the blade of the turbines are way closer to the bottom bit than they should be.
The turbines are further out than the boat. So focusing on the boat itself. I converted both images to pretty low pixelation, and you get the exact amount same of pixels in the. This is not my image. This is the image that I showed first off, and in my image on the right, you get exactly the same amount.
I don't know what I'm seeing.
Hang on, if I just enlarge that, if I move out slightly. Move that up, hang on. You get the same amount of pixels. The boat is completely the same amount of pixels. Not my image. That's the initial image, just converted to low resolution. And my image, you get exactly
what are the markings?
I tried to do some other calculations showing in this cropped. I actually measured the turbine height to get some form of in-frame reference for how much of the boat was visible. But you can see exactly the 13.6, even down to the the front red line where the front of the bow is, the red line at the bottom.
Sure, I see that. Yeah.
The exact same part, 2 pixels, is exactly the same in.
Can you pull your phone away a little bit so then I can see both of them side by side?
All right. Is that better?
Yeah, a little bit. So you matched pixels. So you matched pixel sizes, is what you're telling me.
I matched pixel size, yeah.
Okay.
Across both images, and it's exactly the same height. Even the front part of the boat, which was 2 pixels, it transferred to 2 pixels. In my image, exactly 2 pixels.
Wait a minute. Why does the boat on the right look kind of fatter than the boat on the left?
Well, this is the interesting bit, because you said that you don't get the compression horizontally, but that's exactly what this is showing, because the front part of the boat extends out further in the, well, I'm going to call it the colored image that wasn't.
Wait a minute, hold on. Now I'm a little confused, because if you were just comparing pixels, so obviously like they're different shape, like they're different size pixels, so you have to rescale them so that they match up vertically. If they don't match up now horizontally, what that means is that there's been some distortion that happened.
Horizontally as well, exactly.
Well, no, so if you match up the verticals, then the only distortion that you'll see, suppose that there was vertical distortion, right? If you then rescale the whole thing so that the vertical bits align, now it'll look like there's horizontal distortion. Right?
Yeah, I suppose, yeah.
And it looks like that's exactly what we're seeing.
Hang on.
So in fact, it seems like the data that you just showed me confirms the horizontal distortion that I was suggesting.
But you said there wouldn't be horizontal.
Sorry,
With refraction.
sorry, I meant vertical distortion, not horizontal.
Okay.
It seems like what
But
it seems like
there
what you're
isn't
showing
any,
me is that this confirms my hypothesis that there is vertical distortion.
But there isn't. You get exactly the same amount of pixels. I'm just going to color it in.
When you say exactly the same number of pixels, you've rescaled it so that the pixel count matches, right?
But you still, you've
rescaled it so that you get the exact same number of pixels. But because there's vertical distortion, once you do the rescaling, that will cause the horizontal distortion, or that will induce horizontal distortion because you've kind of stretched it back out away from the vertical distortion. I can show you what I mean.
If you shrink I shrunk the whole image down. But I didn't change the aspect of it at all.
You don't have to change the aspect of it. I'll show you what I mean. One sec. Okay, so I'm gonna draw two people. I'm gonna draw a person and then copy them, right? So here we have, and this head is a perfect circle, by the way. Right. Okay. So we have a person here, and I'm just gonna copy and paste them over here. Now, I'm going to now make this one. Sorry, I want to make it. I don't want to change the aspect. I know there's a way to do this. Isn't there a way to do this to rescale, resize? Here we go. We'll resize it by 200%. Right. I have to make the canvas bigger. Sorry, one moment. We're going to move this guy over here. And now we're going to resize this one by, say, 200%. Okay. So you know, you took a picture of something small, and then you're going to have to rescale it. But suppose now that this guy happened to be shrunk down, right? Just for whatever reason, happened to be shrunk down. Now, if I then take this guy and I try to resize it, so that it now matches the other one. Resize. In this case, I'll do like 250 or something like this. So I need to make it so then it matches. So one sec, I'm just going to keep doing this. Resize, maybe 110. Resize another 110. That's about right, right? Now, because I made them match vertically, now this guy on the right looks like it's been stretched horizontally, which is exactly what we see. It's exactly what we see in the photo that you've shown us in the comparison.
Yeah, I mean, I'd need to go back and see exactly what I did and see whether or not I've distorted the image horizontally.
You didn't have to distort it. I didn't distort anything horizontally. All I did was I took this first guy and I compressed it vertically. I'm mimicking the vertical compression that is aligned with the hypothesis that I'm proposing. And so once you have vertical compression, if you then go try to like rescale it so that, you know, you're not changing any, you're not doing any distortion, you're not adding anything in, all you're doing is rescaling it. Now it looks like it's horizontally distorted. Because it was already rescaled vertically just by the physics of the thing that you're taking a photo of.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair enough. But what I'm saying is that
by the way, this is another piece of data that is in alignment with my hypothesis and is unexplained in your on the flat Earth.
Where I've circled yellow, that there's two pixels worth of front bow, and 2 pixels worth of front of the ship, and it matches the. So I know that I'm seeing the front bow of the boat that touches the water, and it doesn't have to correlate, or it didn't have to correlate to 2 pixels, and neither did the front of the boat. That 2 pixels.
I don't know what you're telling me are supposed to match.
The vertical height of the
vertical height. Look, if you do an entire vertical compression, then the vertical heights will stay in proportion to each other.
But they don't have to. If there's some form of distortion artifact within the imagery.
Look, so the distortion can happen when you have different gradients at different heights, right? That's
But
when
there
that's when the
isn't
vertical
any. That's
distortion
what I'm
happens.
saying. There isn't.
No, but the point is the ship isn't very tall, right?
But I'm including containers in that as well.
Yeah, I know. You gave me like
I actually calculated how many containers were in.
Yeah, no. I understand. The point is the windmills are 120 meters tall, right?
Yeah, spot on. Yeah.
And the ship is like 25 meters tall. So like there could so the gradient in the horizontal distortion, it looks like it's a thing that's happening in the like in the lower part of the air. The horizontal distortion, or sorry, vertical distortion seems like it's happening in the lower part of the air, and it doesn't seem like it's happening in the upper part of the air, which means that just the vertical gradient is a little bit more complicated.
That's further out. That you can't use the turbine inference for the ship. Really, the first part of the observation is the ship.
My point is that the hypothesis that I'm proposing is entirely consistent with every single piece of data you've presented me, but the horizontal distortion that you're seeing on the boat and the seemingly vertical distortion that we see in the original video for the wind turbine, neither of those are explained in your worldview. But under my hypothesis, where you have extreme refraction, it just well explains that all of that data.
So let's because the next observation that I'm actually going to do, there's a second set of turbines, Greater Gabbard, and that's further east from my position, and they're about 30 miles out.
Mm-hmm.
If I can capture the base of those turbines, you need I know you say that you don't count it in terms of Earth radius, but you need some extraordinary amount of from that same
so what you should do if you want to actually make good observations, you need to do these observations over and over and over again, different times of day, different days or different days, and make sure that your observations are the same every time.
But they won't be, because
you're right, they won't be.
But visibility varies, so sometimes you can see 10 miles, 18 miles.
There's an effect here. So how many times? So look, the point is that if the refraction is something that changes with the day, right? Sometimes you have a lot of refraction, sometimes you have a little bit. This is well understood. And so if the Earth was flat, the only thing that should be obstructing your vision is haze, right? So all it should just get blurrier. It shouldn't get lower. And so if, depending on the day, you have the height of the thing that you're looking at is different, then this is a refractive effect.
But then I'm never going to be able to recreate the same observation multiple times over, because all observations are going to vary anyway.
They should be similar enough if the Earth is flat and this isn't a refractive effect.
Yeah, I think that, because it's interesting, because you're saying actually but that's why I was saying at the start is most people are just saying, well, actually you're not seeing the bottom of the ship. But any rational person would say, well, actually you are. Let's move on from that point, that you're not seeing the bottom of the boat. You clearly are seeing the bottom of the boat.
Oh, well, I don't know. It's hard to say, but I'll just grant that.
Yeah, I think.
But like with sufficient refraction, like that's a thing that's definitely possible. And now, by the way, just as an aside, it's definitely better to take pictures of things that are a fixed distance away, because boats are hard to determine their distance. It's hard to determine the distance to boats.
Yeah, spot on.
So it's better to do that, and then just to and do it over several days so that you can average out the refractive effects. Now, what's really puzzling is that it seems like the only time people seem to make observations that they think are consistent with a flat Earth are like when they're looking over water, when like the images are like really hazy or like kind of blurry or whatever. It seems like that we have a whole bunch of other reasons to think that the Earth is a globe. So I'd be interested to know how you think you can square the data that you took with something I'm about to show you.
Yeah, that's a valid point.
Is that fair?
But can I just ask one more question? Because I think really that
if it's quick.
Yeah. I was going to say, what kind of observation, which is would falsify the globe for you? So let's say I was to capture...
A photo, really. A photo would do a great job.
A photo
of the flat Earth, where you can see every single continent.
Well, that's if you accept the photo of the. That's a secondary debate of whether or not the blue marble is a valid data point.
Well, no, I mean, like I generally think that like generally speaking, photos are photos should be accepted as true until you have evidence that shows that they're fake.
Agreed.
Right, like that's generally my view. And so, like, if somebody can just go up, like, you know, however high they think the firmament is, take a picture and then see all of the continents. Like, you could do all of the analysis you want, and you'd still come to the like a trained eye can like do an analysis of a photo and check to see if it's been modified, right?
But if I can see the base of turbines at 30 miles out from observer height of 10 meters over 10 occasions, then either the
that'd be very puzzling. See, look, here's the issue. The issue is that there are a ton of other measurements that don't rely on like weird refract, or that don't involve anything that could be accounted for via refraction. There are a ton of other measurements that just don't make any sense on a flat Earth. So if you can account for those other things and then also provide observations that the globe Earth can't account for, then you would have good evidence. But it's not just enough to say, hey, we have this picture that globe Earth apparently can't account for. It's like a weighing of the evidence, right? If you have 100 pieces of evidence that only the globe Earth can account for, and then one piece of evidence that the globe Earth can't account for, how should you put down your credences? Your credences should still go towards the globe Earth, right?
Well, it becomes a house of cards, because if you capture one observation that you literally cannot reconcile under the globe. So let's say I capture base of turbines.
Do you think that the same is true with the flat Earth, by the way? If you capture a single observation that you can't reconcile with the flat Earth, then the flat Earth is falsified?
Agreed.
Okay, so then let me so then I mean I could just show you them, right?
Still doesn't answer the question. If I could capture the base at 30 miles out and they shouldn't be visible, but I do it repeatedly over and over, and let's say I do it 30 times, and the inference is either refraction. Then
something has to give, right? So some part of the model has to give. That's all.
But at what point is the observation or the data set for or the curvature model, whatever you want to phrase it, at what point does an observation falsify that?
So look, the globe model is not just the shape of the Earth. It's a whole bunch of things together. It's the shape of the Earth and the way that optics behave and the way that shadows behave and the way that gravity works. It's a whole bunch of things together. So if you find something that is inconsistent with that big collection of facts, then what that means is that at least one of the facts in that collection of facts is wrong, right?
Or assumptions are wrong, because even
that's what we're talking about. That's what we're talking about. That collection of facts.
Assumptions.
Well, okay, you can call them assumptions if you want. My point is, it's some collection of propositions, and if one of those propositions are wrong, then perhaps that you could explain. Then perhaps you can explain that observation. Like maybe our understanding of optics is wrong, or maybe your understanding of the shape of the Earth is wrong, or maybe your understanding of gravity is wrong. One of these things would have to be wrong to account for your observations, assuming the observations are good, of course. It's just, but if you want to rule out a specific proposition in this collection of propositions that makes up the globe model, you have to find some observation that specifically targets that proposition and that proposition alone, right?
Yeah,
that's the tricky thing. So for example, if you wanted to try to come up with some sort of observation that would falsify the shape of the Earth, then you need something that doesn't rely on optics. You need something that doesn't rely on fluid dynamics. You need something that doesn't rely, you basically need to figure out an experiment that tests a single part of the hypothesis.
But that is testing it. So
no, it's not, because because fluid dynamics are involved, optics are involved. There's a lot that goes into those measurements. A lot of the pieces that go into those measurements of what you expect to see based off of the shape of the Earth and all of the other things that we understand that how physics works. Now, look, so let me show you something that I think is probably pretty perplexing. What part of the world do you live in, by the way? If you don't mind me asking.
England.
Okay, I kind of guessed, but I didn't want to assume. Okay, so there is a, and maybe you've heard this before. I don't know. Maybe you have. Maybe you haven't. There is a flight from New York to Tokyo. Flies every day. It's flight American Airlines 160 or 167, right? This is the Mercator projection. This is obviously not the shape of the Earth, but this is the flight path that the plane takes, right? It swings up, and then it goes back down south. This is like a real flight. You can book it if you want. You can fly on it. You will find that you're flying over this part. Now, keep in mind, this is not the best flight path for this flight. Notice how it's kind of like lumpy over here.
Sure, yeah.
It's because they're avoiding Russian airspace, because this is an American plane and they don't want to fly over Russian airspace because of the war currently between Ukraine and Russia, right? So typically what it would do is it would typically look smoother. It would look like a smoother curve on this map. And you'd say, okay, well, fine. On this map, this flight makes perfect sense on a flat Earth. But that's not the only flight that we should look at. We should go look at QF 28. It's another flight. This one is in the south. Let me just line these up.
I've seen flight paths for both, and naturally it's used for both for and against. But you have to get to the point where you start to test and create your own observations, which is why what camera went down to the sea.
So look, these are both flights that exist, right? So we have American Airline 167, New York to Tokyo. Takes about 13 hours to get there. Depending on the wind, of course, it'll take somewhere between 12 and a half and 14 hours. It flies every day, and you can go look at the logs. This is the flight here. QF 28 flies from Santiago, Chile to Sydney, Australia. Again, it takes about 12 and a half to 14 and a half hours, depending on the day. Flies every day from Santiago to Sydney. Now, if you go look, I just kind of put them zoomed in the same place. The shapes of the flight paths are basically the same. One is kind of just flipped over relative to the other, right?
Yeah.
And if you go look at the distance that they're traveling, the planned distance is about 7,000 miles from from New York to Tokyo. The planned distance from Sydney to, oh, you can't see this, I'm sorry. Let me show you. The planned distance from Santiago to Sydney is about 7,000 miles. The planned distance from New York to Tokyo is about 7,000 miles. So they're flying about the same distance, allegedly. And so the question is, if it's the case that distances in the southern hemisphere are far larger than they are in the northern hemisphere, or in the north as compared with the south, why is it that they take the same amount of time? Roughly, anyway.
Valid point.
Like, it just seems very puzzling, because there's not really a way to have a symmetry between the north and the south unless the Earth is a sphere.
Well, unless you track the speed that they're flying, I suppose.
Yeah, you can check. You can check the speed. They're both going to fly at just under 600 miles per hour. See? 600 miles per hour here. Currently, the one in Santiago just took off, so they're only going 272 miles per hour. But we can view the track log, and we can go look at like past days, I think.
I'm just going to throw questions, but I don't specifically know. But that miles per hour, is that land speed or air speed?
That's a good question. I don't know off the top of my head. It's their filed speed, so I imagine that that's land speed, ground speed.
Okay, so you could. I have seen a document, and don't quote me on it, but it tracks the actual speed of I forget what it's called. But basically it says that the winds are faster in the south than they are in the north.
Right, but then that's fine. But then flying against the winds should make your should make your trips flying west as opposed to east take
headwind.
like 2 or 3 times as long. Right?
True. Yeah.
Because I mean, like, if we go look at one sec. If we go look at a picture of the Gleason map, here it is. If we go look at a picture of the Gleason map, right, the distance between Santiago and Sydney, like if you were to fly direct, by the way, which would involve flying north first and then south, but setting that aside, if you were to fly direct from Santiago to Sydney, it should be more than twice as long as the distance between New York and Tokyo. So it should be twice as far. So there's not really a way, especially, and the reason I chose those 2 flights is because those 2 flights would basically line up with one another. This, on a flat Earth, the Santiago to Sydney flight should basically overlap with the New York to Tokyo flight. And so regardless of the wind speed, it should always take way longer to go from Santiago to Sydney than it should from New York to Tokyo. Because like they're covering the same space and then extra space as well. And that seems like that shouldn't make sense. Oops. That seems like that shouldn't work. That shouldn't work on a flat Earth. Because the flight distances are the same or nearly the same.
The logic of it isn't questionable, but I think that's I think saying a photograph of a flat Earth would falsify the globe model. But if you can test the curvature rate of the Earth, and that you need refraction to see further than that point.
What if I show you a piece of data that tests for the curvature rate of the Earth that is independent of refraction? Because it uses a material, it uses a substance that doesn't refract, it doesn't bend in the air.
I think leave that for the next person, but
okay.
I think that the next move is to try and capture the base of turbines at 30 miles, several occasions, and then the accepted point is that the burden of proof is on somebody that wants to falsify that as being proof of flat Earth, to say, well, actually, what refraction was required, what evidence on that day, is that accepted?
Sorry, I don't understand what you're trying to get at.
So if let's say I capture the base of turbines 30 miles out from the same elevation height, same position, and I do it 10 times or 30 times, in order to reconcile that with the globe model, you have to then invoke refraction.
Or we have to drop one of our hypotheses, right? And that's how we do science.
But if the hypothesis is that it shouldn't be visible, so you then have to use refraction.
that's not the hypothesis. Or okay, we need to drop one of the assumptions in the model, right?
But the assumption is that there's a curvature rate.
And the assumption is that optics behave in a particular, or that light rays behave in a particular way, and the assumption is that gravity behaves in a particular way, and the assumption that fluids being air behaves in a particular way. There's a lot of assumptions that go into this, and we would have to figure out which of those assumptions the observation that you're testing, which of those assumptions that observation is sensitive to. Which is why I suggested that we use something like some sort of observation that is not sensitive to any sort of refractive effects, any sort of fluid dynamic effects.
Yeah, I think you're partly right. But then I still need to get that observation first.
Yeah, you should try it. You should try it. And you should be very, very meticulous. Like you should, like get a video camera and document the whole process of like measuring of like, get a GPS out, show where you are.
Well, I did that with the MSC observation, and that was just the one observation.
Like document your altitude with like an altimeter, like be very meticulous about it, and then you'll have some like compelling data.
Yeah, okay. Leave it with me. Sweet.
Sounds good. All right, I'm gonna let you go, Gilligan.
Guy. Cheers.
I appreciate you. Thanks for being here.
Thanks, bye.
All right, let's read some super chats and then we'll bring on our next guest. From Hiki with the $5. Sure, Earth is a sphere, but that doesn't rule out the ice wall theory. Doesn't it though? Doesn't it though? And that's all we got. All right, let's bring up our next guest. Let's talk to Matt. Matt, how's it going?
Yeah, I'm good, bro. How you doing, man?
I'm doing all right. Matt, what shape do you think the Earth is?
Oh no, I believe it's a sphere for a long time, but I just had a question because there's a lot of people that debate that it is flat. So
wait a minute, did you say I thought it was a sphere for a long time, but now you don't, or do you just still think it's a sphere?
I'm just like, at the end of the day, either or. For me, it wouldn't really change anything, but I'm still leaning towards the sphere, right?
Okay.
But there's a lot of people that debate that it is flat, right? With like,
yeah, lots of people debate a lot of things.
But now I'm just curious for you, what you would say, because a lot of pilots, they say that once they've been flying for a long time, they start to lean towards that the Earth is flat because
I've heard the opposite. I've heard from pilots that say that they can see the curvature.
Really? I've met people who are pilots in real life who have told me, like three different pilots have told me that they believe that the Earth is flat now because they see that the cloud line is flat across the whole sky.
It's crazy because I've spoken with 4 pilots and they say that the Earth is not flat.
That's interesting. So I was just gonna ask you then, what you think about that?
Well, I would think that since I've spoken with 4 pilots and you've only spoken with 3, I would think that, you know, mine are right.
I mean, that's a crazy way to debate this, but I mean, if you want to say,
I mean, you started it.
No,
you said I've spoken with 3 pilots.
I'm not saying you're wrong or I'm right. I'm just curious to know, like, so you believe that they see a curvature instead of seeing
not only do I believe that they see a curvature, I've seen them take video of it, and you can see the curvature yourself.
I mean,
we have photos from airplanes showing curvature.
Okay, that's interesting. All right, then. Well, that was my only question because I've genuinely met people who've told me and they've showed me pictures of it being flat up there, and you're saying the complete opposite. So I don't know that.
Yep.
That was it, bro.
Okay. Well, thanks for being here, Matt.
Have a great.
All right, let's talk to Dave the Slave. That's an interesting name. Dave, how's it going?
Good. How are you doing?
I'm doing all right. Dave, what shape do you think the Earth is?
I think it's not round, and I don't think it's flat either.
Okay. What shape do you think it is?
It's bumpy. A flat bumpy.
Okay. Well, that's what everybody means when they say flat. Nobody means like perfectly smooth.
So,
but you don't think it's a globe. Got it.
I don't.
Okay.
So in 1974, my grandfather pointed out the Big Dipper to me, and it's still in the same sky 60 years later.
Yeah.
How is that possible?
Yeah. So, why would it be in a different place? Why would it be in a different place?
Well, is the Earth not going through the universe at so and so miles an hour was spinning around the sun? It goes so and so.
Well, yeah, but like Earth going around the sun will just like it resets every year, right? So like the Earth moving around the sun won't really affect anything over the course of 60 years. But if you're curious about how much you should have seen the Big Dipper move, that's a question that we can figure out, right?
Not really sure how you would do that.
No, you haven't put any thought into figuring out, well, if the Earth or if the sun actually is moving at such and such speed, then how much should the Big Dipper have moved? That way you're you never thought about that?
Well, the Earth is moving through the universe, right?
Yeah. Well, it's the sun that's moving through the universe, and then the Earth is kind of following along it, right?
So all the planets follow the sun.
Yeah.
So that doesn't affect the stars?
Oh, sure it does. Just a tiny bit. So, Dave, let me give you an example. You know when you're driving on the highway, and you see the trees next to the highway. They're moving, you're like going 75 or whatever. They're moving really, really fast. But the mountains off in the distance, they hardly look like they're moving at all, right?
Yeah.
Why is that?
Perspective.
Well, but what's the difference between the trees and the mountains that makes the mountains look like they're not moving at all and the trees look like they are?
It's just taking you longer to get there, that's all. You're bigger.
You're not driving towards the mountains. Why do the mountains not look like they're rushing by, but the trees do?
Well, because it's a mountain and it's huge.
Yeah.
So
What else?
It'll take you half an hour to drive the length of the mountain, where it only takes you a split second to drive past a tree.
Yeah, that's sort of it. The reason is because the mountain's far away.
Okay.
So if you're far
60
away
years,
from
then-
something, it'll look like it's moving slower than if you're close to something. That makes sense, right?
Not really sure. So explain to me again how the Big Dipper is in the same sky 60 years from when I first seen it.
Yeah, so I was trying to get to that. Do we agree that things that are far away look like they don't move as fast as things that are close?
Somewhat.
Okay. Well, the stars are really, really far away. So they look like they're moving really, really slow.
You would have to have some kind of
Some kind of...
Hold on a sec. I can't think of the word now. Oh my god. Like miles per hour. You would need some kind of gauge to gauge that.
Yeah, we can figure that out. We can do the math to figure it out. So the way that you figure out how much something appears to move, it's in terms of angle, right? Because it like moves from, like, if you're looking at something, when it's moving to a different angular place on your eyeballs, right? It moves from here to here.
Okay.
And that's not about miles per hour. That's about like degrees per hour or something like this. Like something can, like, if something's very, very close to you but is moving slowly, it can cover this. It can cover the same amount of your eyeball as something very far away that's moving quickly, right?
So why don't you just do the speed of the Earth
Yeah, we can do that.
times 60 years?
Yeah, okay, let's do that. So the speed of, well, we really want the speed of the sun because the Earth is gonna, it just goes around the sun, so that's not gonna play a role. We want the speed of the sun around the Milky Way, right? So how fast does the sun move around the around the galaxy? We'll just type that into Google. We get approximately 220 to 250 kilometers per second. Okay, we'll take the biggest number, 250 kilometers per second, right?
Yeah.
I'm gonna open up a calculator for you so you can follow what I'm doing. Calculator, or a calculator piece, calculator software.
How many seconds in a year?
We'll get there. 1 sec. I just want to show you the calculations that we're doing together. Okay, so here's the calculator. So we have that the speed is 250 kilometers per second. Okay, that's what the speed is.
Yeah.
Now we also need to know the distance to the, let's say the distance to the closest star in the Milky Way, or in the Big Dipper. What is the distance to the closest star in the Big Dipper? I'm just typing that into Google. Apparently the closest star in the Big Dipper is called Megrez or Megrez. I don't know how to pronounce it. It's located something like at the closest, it's something like 58 light years away. Right? So I'm just going to punch in what 58 light years is. 58 light years to kilometers, right? So 58 light years, this is the distance d, is 5.487 times 10 to the 14th kilometers. A lot of kilometers, right? That's like 548 trillion kilometers. Pretty far away. Now, if we want to figure out how far, we've moved in 60 years, we're going to take the speed and we're going to multiply it by the number of seconds in 60 years. So there's 60 seconds in a minute, so 60 seconds per minute. There's 60 minutes per hour. There's 24 hours. This needs to be singular. 24 hours per day. There's 365 days per year. And then we want it to be 60 years, you said, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So this is the, we'll call it S for the distance traveled. Make this a little bit, let's make this a little bit smaller so that you can see it. This will give us the distance traveled. Now that seems like a lot, right? So that is 473 billion kilometers. It's a lot of kilometers. Now, if we want to figure out how much the angle has changed, we just divide the distance that we've traveled by the distance to the closest star in the Big Dipper, right? And this will give us a number in radians. So we want to multiply this by the number of degrees in a radian. So there's 180 degrees in pi radians. This will give us the answer of how many degrees it should have shifted by. It should have shifted by less than 1 degree, meaning that, in fact, it should have shifted by less than 5% of a degree. So worst case scenario, the closest star, assuming we're traveling perpendicular to it, not in the direction of it at all, worst case scenario, that star should have moved by less than 5% of a degree. I don't think that you would have noticed that.
Yeah, that's incredible.
Yeah. So like,
how is that?
Yeah, over 60 years, you wouldn't really have noticed a difference.
So it's just the same as if it was flat, right? And we were stationary.
No, but here's the thing that's super fascinating. Let me show you something else. Let me pull up the right tab.
So if I walk 10 feet over to the right, then I've moved over a degree.
One sec. 10 feet is not 1 degree. It just depends on like you need a baseline measurement. Let me find something for you really quick. There is a really neat thing that we can see with the fastest star in the sky. There is a star that moves extremely fast. It's called Barnard's star. Oops, that's the wrong file. Wrong thing. Here we go. So Barnard's star is actually like a pair of stars. It's this pair of stars here. And what's neat about Barnard's star is that we can see it move over the course of a few years. So here, let me play this in super slow-mo. Not super slow-mo, but just a little bit slow-mo.
Just say 61 Cygni.
So what we're seeing is a picture taken every year. And, oh, he left. Oh, he left. All right, well. I did math for nobody? That means that I'm going to, that's got to go on YouTube, right? Otherwise, I did math for nobody. Yeah, realistically, for the stars and the thing is like all of the stars, basically all of the stars that we can see are in our same galactic neighborhood. And so they're all basically moving at the same speed in the same direction. So in fact, our relative speed to those stars is much, much, much smaller. All right, let's bring up our next guest. Let me just make sure that we don't have any guests from the Discord, which we don't. That's good. Let's bring up Science with Freddy. Science with Freddy's back, y'all. He wants another spanking. It's okay. Freddy? Why does my camera keep... Either I keep moving left, or my camera keeps drifting right, and I don't know why. Oh, Freddy doesn't want to come up. Bummer. Let's read some super chats. From Wayne Cottrell with the £2. No debate here. Hope everyone is happy and healthy. I appreciate that. Appreciate your kind words. From Christopher Sanford with the £5. Is it possible that a lot of these amateurs are talking to small craft pilots who have never been piloting at commercial cruising altitudes? Possibly, yeah. From Empiricist with the $2. Leading a horse to water is harder than I thought. Yeah, you could say that again. And from Holy Gore with the $2. Thanks for the math. Of course, I'm always happy to do math on a live stream. All right, let's talk to Blessed. Blessed, how's it going?
Yo, what's good, bro?
I'm doing okay.
I just wanted to say, bro, I love how you did all that math only for bro to leave.
Yeah, it's kind of a bummer. Blessed, what shape do you think the Earth is?
You said what?
What shape do you think the Earth is?
That motherfucker round, I think. Shit.
All right, then I gotta let you go.
Yeah.
This person's name has something that is mildly uncomfortable to say, so I'm just gonna call you Ions. Ions, how's it going?
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing okay. Ions, what shape do you think the Earth is?
I believe it's square.
You believe it's square. Okay, well, clearly a troll. All right, let's talk to IDK. Okay, IDK doesn't want to show up. Let's talk to Voto. Oh, Voto's also left. So currently the guest box is empty. Oh, nope, it's not empty anymore. Let's talk to Cyrus Dan. Cyrus Dan, how's it going?
Hello, hey mate. Everything good? What about you?
I'm doing okay. Cyrus Dan, what shape do you think the Earth is?
Okay, it's kind of a shape. Flat, it's not flat because there's the mountain and there's the sea, like there's deep sea. So it's not flat. But I believe I live in a holofractographic.
Holofractographic?
Okay. Yep.
Okay.
Everything is within your mind. The space is fake. They're trying to manipulate everything because the space is in your head. Your potential, your full potential.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, sure. Uh-huh.
And
so you're not real. So you're not real. Only I'm real.
What?
So you're not real then. Only I'm real, right?
Why?
Because it's all in my mind.
I didn't say that. I said that the conspiracy is in your mind. It is.
What conspiracy?
It is flat. It is flat.
Oh, okay. If it is flat, then which conspiracy is in my mind?
The image that is in the screen, like the space, the stars, and this flat Earth in the void of nothing. Where?
Okay, so you're telling me that the Earth is flat. And why should I think that the Earth is flat?
No, I was just curious to talk with you. Because I believe if you check my Instagram, I'm 100% sure.
No free clout. None of that. All right, let's talk to Votos.
Sure.
Votos, how's it going?
Hello?
Votos, can you hear me?
Yo, hello? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can. Votos, what shape do you think the Earth is?
Flat.
Okay, why do you think the Earth is flat?
Because have you seen the Earth from, like, the space? Because I have.
Yeah, sure. I have.
Like, I've been to space and I've seen it.
Me too.
No, actually.
Yeah, no, actually.
You can search me up.
Yeah, you can search me up too.
Nah. You can.
Yeah, my name is Buzz Aldrin.
Search up my name. There's no way you can prove that the Earth is not flat.
Yeah, I'm Buzz Aldrin. I've seen space from the moon.
Oh, so you're being sarcastic because you can't prove a point, can you?
I think that I'm just doing what you're doing.
So you can't prove anything.
Sure you can.
Okay, prove to me why. Do you think the Earth is square, or what did you say? Round?
It's a sphere.
What do you think the Earth is?
The sphere.
It's not a sphere. Sphere is not a geometrical shape.
Sure it is. A sphere is absolutely a geometrical shape.
Prove it.
Prove that a sphere is a geometrical shape?
Yeah.
It's just what the word means.
Well, prove it.
How would you want? Do you want me to just go pull up like a textbook and show you a list of shapes?
Well, a textbook is not going to prove anything.
What?
The word is polysymmetric.
Why do you think that like a sphere isn't a shape? What the fuck does that even
word
mean?
Sphere has like many different interpretations.
A sphere means one thing and one thing only. It means the set of points in 3 dimensions that are equidistant from a central point.
What if I think that a sphere is just like what a square is to you?
You'd be mistaken. That's just not how the word is used.
Well, no, you can't prove anything. There isn't a such thing as a fact. A fact is to prove something wrong. You can't prove me wrong. Like you can't prove that something is wrong without.
How do you know that you can't prove something is wrong?
You don't know anything.
No, I'm asking you a question. How do you know that you can't prove something wrong?
Well, how can you prove something?
Asking a question isn't an argument.
Tell me how do you prove a point?
Provide an argument, nerd.
Tell me how do you prove a point? Why are you answering?
Burden of proof is on you. You made the claim.
No, you're here with.
No. You made a claim. If you're gonna make a claim, you better prove it.
What? Prove what? Answer.
Prove the claim that you can't prove anything wrong.
Because tell me what fact is.
Oh no, I'm sorry. That's a question, not an argument. Next.
What? Tell me what fact is.
Quit dodging the question. Provide the argument.
I'm not dodging the question.
You're absolutely. You made a claim. You made the claim that I can't prove anything wrong, so you have to defend that claim. Or you can just concede that you just got clowned on.
How can you prove that your name is Dr. Blitz on TikTok?
Oh, okay. So that's another question. It seems like you're dodging for the 3rd time.
I'm not dodging the question.
You absolutely are. Yeah, no. You made a claim. You have to demonstrate the claim. Asking a question is not a demonstration of the claim.
You can never prove anything.
Oh, there's the claim again. That's dodge number 4.
That's the no. I'm answering your question.
No. That's what you're doing. Rather than just saying no, just instead answer the question and provide a defense of the claim. Just provide a defense of the claim. It's not hard.
I'm literally what I'm doing, but like you're interrupting me because
you're asking questions. You're not actually providing an argument for the claim.
You won't be able to make an argument for it. So you're scared to get embarrassed in front of 791
Oh no, I just want you to
people.
actually make an argument for the claim that you're making.
Exactly. If you can't prove that something, I mean, what I'm saying is, to prove something is to prove that it cannot happen any other way, and that is impossible.
Okay, yeah. So what's the argument for that claim?
That's the argument.
That's the claim. That's not an argument.
That's an argument.
Okay, lay it out for me as a syllogism. Do you know what a syllogism is?
No, and I don't need to know. I told you an argument.
You don't need to know. So you don't need to know what a syllogism is because a syllogism is a clearly too sophisticated way of arguing for you. So I'll help you. A syllogism starts with one premise. It starts with a premise. Something along the lines of, you can't prove anything wrong because... Continue.
Did you get dropped as a baby or like, are you just like that?
Cool deflection. Answer the question.
Did you though?
Cool deflection. Answer the question.
Oh, so you did. Oh, okay. It's all right. We're here for you.
I'm sure. I'm sure you'd love to be here for me because your parents weren't there for you. Oh, he ran. That's embarrassing. Bro is getting cooked because he doesn't know an ounce of philosophy. An ounce. Say hello to YouTube, by the way. That's going straight onto the YouTubes. Let's read some super chats and we'll bring on our next guest. From Dr. Fudge with the $2. That made me sad. Thought he understood for a sec. Yeah, me too. It also made me sad. No one is watching chat. I'm watching chat. From Tim Davidson with the $5. You can lead a horticulture, but you can't make her think, hey, you don't have to be a woman in order to be a horticulture. Okay. From Very Good Wizard with the $2, looking for a free maple like. Is Sage Math worthy? I haven't found Sage Math to be as satisfying as maple. I use both because they have different kind of use cases, but I use maple for more everyday things. From Miko Makapo with the £5, can you prove you can't prove anything? Haha, got him, Blitz, right? If he's gonna do that, I'm happy to, you know, reflect it back to him. All right, let us double check, make sure that we don't have any Discord stuff. Jim, you're too funny. Jim, you're too funny. All right, let's bring up Godota Genius. Godota Genius.
What's up, Drew?
Godota, what shape do you think the Earth is? Gato? Okay, great. Gato, what shape do you think that the no, you're fine. What shape do you think that the Earth is?
I think that it's round. I honestly joined because sometimes I watch your channel when you answer questions about physics, and I had this question stuck in my head since yesterday.
So, Gato, if you come back on Tuesday or on Wednesday, I'm happy to answer questions. Tuesdays and Wednesdays are Q&A days. Sound good?
Yeah.
All right, take care.
Appreciate it.
All right, let's bring up Mark. Waiting for Gato. Yeah, right, there you go. Mark, how's it going? Oh, Mark didn't show up. Let's talk to Mythical Gold Art. Mythical, how's it going? And Mythical left. By the way, y'all, remember to like the live if you're watching on YouTube or on TikTok. Like the live. And if you're watching on YouTube, it would help if you subscribed. You'll see these lives more. And also, I post other stuff on these channels, whether you're watching on horizontal or on vertical. I do post videos. So subscribing would definitely help. Real T, how's it going?
Oh, it's going not too bad. How are you?
I'm glad. I'm doing okay. Real T, what shape do you think the Earth is?
Well, it's obviously flat, but I wanted to establish a baseline if you didn't mind first.
Sure thing.
Okay. Do you think it's weird that you refer to yourself as a doctor?
No. By the way, Real T, are you driving?
No, I run a drying room.
Okay, cool. That's fine. No, I don't think it's weird. I have a doctorate, so.
Did you call yourself master?
No, but that's
bachelor?
That's just generally not done in the society that we live in. We do call people with doctorates doctor, especially if they have a doctorate and if they have a PhD.
Okay,
using the doctor title is pretty common.
I'm just here to tell you that we don't. And if you was on a plane and someone yelled, "I need a doctor," would you stand up and say,
Nope.
"Oh, I studied some philosophy"?
No, because generally when people say I need a doctor, they mean I need a physician.
So you recognize that the average person, when they hear I'm doctor so and so, would assume that you are a medical doctor.
If they've been to college, then they wouldn't assume that.
Is that the mass?
Is that the what?
Or is that the mass of the people?
I think
Or
like
is that a
50-50. I think like 50-50 of the people is college educated.
You think 50% of people
I think
have
so.
made
I
it
could
to
look up the
graduate
data.
School?
I didn't say graduate school. I said college.
What you think somebody with an associate's degree has any idea that people play doctor when they get a doctorate degree?
Well, I would think that people with associate's degrees would have called their professors Dr. Blank. Yeah.
That's just so weird. Medical doctors don't even go around calling themselves doctor.
Okay. If you're this upset by it, you can just call me Blitz. Is that okay? You okay with
Well,
that?
it's not that I'm upset. It's just kind of
You seem upset.
A little peep. It's a little. No, you would know if I was upset. It's a peep into the psychology of the person.
I see. Well, I mean, look,
you're
I
getting
earned my
off-
doctorate.
You're getting off calling
I earned my
yourself a
doctorate, so
doctor.
like it's like maybe you just don't know a lot of people with doctorates, with PhDs, but a lot
So
of them
how
go by
about-
Dr. Blank.
So wouldn't you say?
Yeah,
it
it's
would
actually
be
pretty normal.
It would be more appropriate to call yourself Doctorate Blitz.
No, doctorate is the noun, not the modifier.
Yeah, it's just not gonna make sense. And again, if anyone ever asks,
I
for a
understand
doctor,
it doesn't
you would
make
never
sense to
say
you.
anything.
I understand it doesn't make sense to you.
Right, and you're trying to take a shot at my intelligence when I come from a line of medical doctors, people
I'm sure.
who are actually doctors.
You know
and they
that
don't
you know that physicians didn't used to be called doctors? Doctor used
Do
to
you
be.
know
Do you know
that
what
they
doctor
still don't?
means? You know what doctor
Do you know
means?
that they still don't call themselves doctors?
Do you know what
realize
doctor
that?
means?
They don't have an ego.
Do you know what?
Not trying to
do you know what the
prove
original?
anything to
Do you know what the
anyone.
original meaning of the word doctor means?
You're gonna ignore all the questions I just asked.
Well, you haven't answered like a single one of my
You
questions,
don't
so you
find
should
it
answer
odd
mine.
that a medical doctor doesn't go around calling himself Dr. Blitz, but you got a little piece of paper.
Well, sure
and
they
so
do.
You do.
Sure, they
No,
absolutely do.
No,
I know. So,
maybe a-
like, I also come from. I am also the child of doctors. So
maybe a
like,
specialist surgeon with a big ego. But
you realize that when I'm hanging out with friends in person, they just call me by my first name.
Well, why in the world would you feel the void and need to put doctor in front of your name on social
Because
media?
I'm a science communicator and it shows that I have credentials. But look, it doesn't sound like you want to talk about the shape of the Earth, so I'm going to let you go. But
Well,
thank
you
you so
couldn't-
much for being here. Let's talk to NC. By the way, doctor, the original meaning of doctor is something like teacher or learned person, coming from the Latin docere or something like that, meaning to teach. It was originally used for scholars academically. It was not used for medical professionals. It's only like in the I don't know, I guess in the 14th to the 16th century that it started being used for medical professionals. Sorry, did somebody just come in? Yeah, he did kind of seem jealous. All right, let's talk to Gobs.
Hello.
Gobs, how's it going?
Yeah, it was good, bro.
I'm doing all right. Gobs, what shape do you think the Earth is?
That's a really good question because I think it's rectangular.
Really? Two-dimensional?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Where are the corners?
Upside down.
The corners upside down isn't a place?
Yeah, like South America.
South America is where the corners are?
Yeah, bro.
Why are they upside down?
Hey, why are you asking so many questions? Hey, let me ask you a question though. What do you think the Earth is?
I'm pretty sure that this is a troll, so we're just gonna let him go. Let's talk to Mythical Gold Art. Mythical Gold Art, how's it going?
Hey, what's up, man?
Not a whole lot. What shape do you think the Earth is?
The surface, it's a plane.
Okay. Why? Why do you think so?
So, according to your belief, the Earth rotates west to east, right?
Yeah.
So the cloud is, if I go outside and I see the cloud moving in direction of east to west, 50 kilometers per hour. Can you tell me the speed of that cloud and in which direction it goes?
Relative to what?
If I'm at equator.
Yeah, relative to what?
Relative to,
Relative to you?
Relative to stationary thing,
Which stationary thing? Everything is stationary from their own perspective.
Yeah, but because according to your belief, correct me if I'm wrong, according to your belief, the cloud, because you claim that the atmosphere is also moving with the ground.
Yeah, on average.
1,000 miles per hour, which
on average,
is
yeah.
faster. Yeah, which is faster than the speed of sound.
1,000 miles per hour relative to what?
That's the speed of rotation, right?
1,000 miles per hour is not a speed of rotation.
Then what is it? How fast is the speed of rotation?
One rotation every day.
Yeah, but it's one rotation.
It's 360. It's 15 degrees per hour. That's the speed of rotation.
Yeah, but what's the kilometers? How many kilometers?
A rotational speed isn't in kilometers per hour.
How stupid are you, man? How come it's not kilometers per hour?
Because it's a rotational speed, not a linear speed.
Yeah. So, but it doesn't have a speed, like it doesn't have kilometers.
No.
It doesn't move.
So you're gonna use degrees. Not unless you provide me a reference point against which you wish to measure tangential speed.
Okay, so you are very stupid, man. If I'm saying that the Earth's circumference, yes, you are. If I'm saying that the Earth's circumference is 40,000 kilometers.
Sorry,
is that,
one sec. One more time.
If I say that the Earth's circumference is 40,000 kilometers, is that correct according to your fake belief?
Yeah, that's correct.
So that's the if a person, no, let's mark if a mountain is at the equator somewhere.
Yep.
And then during 24 hours, the fake Earth makes a circle, right?
Yeah, it'll spin in a circle. Yeah.
Yes. So that mountain made the top of that mountain made a circle, right, within 24 hours. Yeah,
Sure.
and it covered 40,000 kilometers.
From some
right?
other, well, okay, let's clarify. From the perspective of the center of the Earth or the North Pole, it spins out a circle. Yes. From its own perspective, it doesn't move at all. Right?
Man, you are stupid. Let me rephrase the. Let me repeat you this again.
It seems like you don't understand basic relativistic mechanics, like even like Galilean relativity, which is fine,
Man,
I guess.
you are stupid. No. Don't pull up names when you are stupid to understand the most basic things. Don't pull out names, man. Just please.
Blowing from Stupid Town?
You just blowing from Stupid Town?
You just blowing from Stupid Town?
Like I said, the mountain is circling because it's on the surface that's spinning on itself.
From the perspective of the North Pole, yes, it traces out a circle. I agree.
Yes, and that circle is 40,000 kilometers if it's on the equator, right?
Yep.
As we move towards the North Pole and the fake South Pole that you're claiming, that circumference is getting smaller, right?
Yep.
So, if that top of the mountain within
Again, relative
24
to the
hours,
North Pole, say.
relative to the North Pole, makes a circle that has a circumference
now you're getting it.
of 40,000.
Right. So
now
that you've given me a reference point, now that you're referring to the North Pole as your reference point, then I can give you a reasonable velocity.
Just with the bullshit.
I can give you a velocity. Relative to the North Pole, the mountain at the equator moves at around 1,600 kilometers per hour.
And now you get it, fool. Why?
Well, that's relative to the North Pole.
Yeah,
right?
But why did you? When I said
you didn't know what it was relative to. You weren't able to answer the question.
No fool. I said it moves 1,600 according to the science. You can Google.
1,600 kilometers per hour relative. Velocities are always relative. Do you understand that?
Yeah. No fool. If
you don't understand that.
Google, no, I understand. You don't understand, you idiot.
Oh, okay. So can you tell me what what it means to have two velocities or the velocity of one object be relative to another velocity or another object? Do you know what that means?
Look, idiot. If you go on Google and you type literally, what's the speed of Earth's rotation at the equator? What's the speed of Earth's rotation at the equator? No. Listen to me, you idiot.
Listen to me.
In Google.
Sorry.
If you type in Google. If you type on Google, what's the speed of Earth's rotation at the equator? It will give you the speed of 1,660 kilometers per hour or 1,000 miles per hour. It will not give you
relative to the North Pole or relative to the center of the Earth.
But it will not give you the answer. It will never give you the answer 15 degrees. It will never ever give you the answer of whatever the fuck you said. So stop being a cunt and let's talk like intellectual people. Don't be a fool. I'm gonna embarrass you now.
I just want to show you something kind of funny. Because you said that it would never show you something, right? So I just typed into Google, what is the rotational rate of the Earth? And the first thing it says is the Earth rotates on its axis at a rate of approximately 15 degrees per hour. That's literally the first thing it says. Then it says at the equator, this results in a rotational speed of roughly 1,674 kilometers per hour, which decreases to 0 at the poles. Synonyms include axial spin, daily rotation rate, Earth's angular, blah, 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 blah. So the very first thing it says is 15 degrees per hour. But nice try.
You just blowing from Stupid Town?
He's currently AFK. I can't hear you when you're off the app, by the way. I know.
Okay, so can you hear me now?
Yeah. So do you agree that the very
Yeah,
first thing it says
so-
is 15 degrees per hour?
No, you're a liar.
I
You're
just
a
showed
liar,
it to
and
you.
everybody can.
I
and
just showed it
everybody-
to you. Look, it's right there.
Everybody can check. No.
It's literally right there.
I'm gonna.
You can see it.
No, you didn't.
You can see it right now.
I literally.
The Earth
I literally
rotates on its
just
axis
now.
at a rate of approximately 15 degrees per hour. You see it right there. Or do you have trouble reading too?
No. What? No. What did you type in?
What is the rotational rate of the Earth?
No, I didn't say rotational rate, you stupid fuck. I asked the speed
Man,
of
this
the
guy's
rotation
really spicy today.
at the equator. Type in Earth's speed of rotation at the equator. Not rate.
Relative to what?
Not rate, you fool.
Wait, relative to what?
How stupid are you?
Well, speeds are always relative to something.
But can you type in Google how fast the Earth rotates at the equator?
Well,
What's the speed of
I would
Earth?
have to know relative to what. Otherwise it won't give me a reasonable answer, right?
But it gives you a reasonable answer.
Like I
you
could
fool.
type what is the speed of the Earth's equator relative to
not
Venus?
Equator. Not equator, you fool. Of Earth's rotation at the equator.
What is the speed of
Can you
Earth's
type that in?
Earth's rotation at the
equator?
Sorry, 1 sec. My A key just popped off. 1 sec. I have to put it back.
At the equator.
At the equator relative to Venus. Is that
you
what you
don't
want?
have to do relative.
Well,
not
you do
relative
because
to
speed.
anything.
Well, so you know that speeds are relative, right?
Not relative to anything.
Do you know that speeds are relative?
I know that they are not relative, you idiot.
Oh, okay. Well, so we like Google, right?
Can you type that?
Do we like Google?
Folks,
Are
everybody
speeds
who's
relative?
watching this live,
Here, so
you
we
have
like
a
Google.
liar, a
Are
doctor.
all speeds relative? Almost all speeds are
that
relative,
doesn't know-
depending on the
that doesn't
observer's
know
frame of reference. Meaning
that
there is
the
no
Earth's
single
rotation
absolute.
at the equator
just so you know,
is
I'm like way louder than
1660
I'm like way louder than you. I don't know if you know
kilometers per
this.
But you are way stupider.
So
But you are very
almost all
stupid.
speeds are relative depending on the observer's frame of reference, meaning there is no single absolute rest frame in the universe. The major exception is the speed of light in a vacuum, which is absolute and constant for all observers regardless of motion. So you have to tell me if all speeds except the speed of light are relative. You have to tell me what it's relative to.
You claim to be knowledgeable about your
I am.
theory.
Yeah.
And you are not. You
I
are
am.
not.
Yeah,
You're
I
not.
am. It seems like that you have a hard time understanding basic Galilean relativity, which is like 500-year-old physics.
No,
which I would totally
no,
understand
that-
considering you've never even passed probably second grade schooling. So like, I get it that you probably just barely know how to read anyway. But I would suggest that you actually pay attention in school next time. Next go around that you have on this game that we call life. Make sure that you pay attention so you can pick up some like Galilean relativity at least a little bit.
You're funny and stupid as fuck. So, like I said, everybody in chat, everybody who is watching this guy, just pay attention that he doesn't know that the fastest Earth's rotation is at the equator and it's 1660 kilometers per hour.
That's true relative to the North Pole or relative to the center of the Earth. That's absolutely true.
So who gives a fuck relative to what you fuck?
Well, because look,
Why do you
if
have
I
to-
am on the
why-
if I am on the equator, then a mountain is not moving relative to me.
Yeah,
Do you
but the
understand that?
mountain itself, I understand that, but the
Do you?
mountain itself, you claim
Amazing.
is moving when
It's
is
moving relative to the
because-
center of the Earth, yeah. But relative to me,
Yeah.
it's not moving. Motion is relative.
relative to the center, but also relative to the space, right?
Space is not a reference frame that you can be relative to. I think you're
course you
confused.
can.
No, space is not a reference
you
frame.
are. No, you are. So can you explain? So according to you, according
to me.
the cloud. Yes, according to you, the
According
cloud.
to me.
In the reference point of the North Pole, according to you, the cloud that I see on the sky. That's moving 15 kilometers east to west.
Did you say 15 or 50?
50.
Okay.
50.
Sure.
So according to you, correct me if I'm wrong. According to you, when I go outside and I see the cloud,
yep,
that it's moving 50 kilometers east to west.
Yep.
And
From,
the
relative to you, yeah.
Relative to me, yes, is moving at the equator, is moving actually 1,610 kilometers per hour west to east. Is that correct?
Relative to somebody at the North Pole, sure.
So, so it's not moving east to west. My eyes are like.
Well, because you're also moving west to east.
No, we are not.
Yeah,
Do
yeah,
have
you
any
are.
proof
When
to
you're at
claim
the
that?
equator, yeah. Yeah, are you familiar with a Compton
No, we're
generator?
not. With what?
With a Compton generator.
What's that?
No, of course you're not familiar with a Compton generator.
You just blowing from stupid town?
So a Compton generator is the device invented by, I forget his first name. His last name was Compton. In the early
Because you're
1900s. You've never even heard of the
Yes.
thing, so like that's crazy that you're calling me stupid. But
tell a
anyway,
lie.
the
Yes,
the
tell a
Compton
lie, tell a
generator
lie.
was invented
Tell
in
a
the
lie,
early
you idiot.
1900s,
Yes.
and it's
Yes,
used
a
to
lie,
detect
yes.
the.
In 1950s, yes.
No, I think it was like 1910 or 1911. I can find that out for you though if you want to know the exact date.
Yeah, I don't care. I don't. Yeah.
Oh, okay, so it was
tell me now.
developed. So it was invented in 1913 by Arthur Compton, who later went on to win a Nobel Prize, by the way, not for this, but for something else. So it was developed in 1913, and it measures the Coriolis effect. And the Coriolis effect can be detected at any latitude.
Bullshit.
Okay,
Bullshit.
I know that you are really
Bullshit.
hard,
You believe in
hard of
landing on the
understanding
moon,
this,
dude.
but like you don't think that the
bullshit,
Coriolis effect
bullshit.
is real?
No. Have you heard the news that they now
So you don't
they
believe in the
wanna go to
Coriolis
moon?
effect, is what you're telling me?
It's a bullshit. Yeah, I don't believe.
Yeah, I know you don't
I don't
believe
believe
it.
in landing on the moon. I don't believe in any
I'm
of that
sure you don't,
bullshit.
but the
I don't bel-
the Coriolis effect has nothing to do with the landing on the moon. In fact, this Coriolis effect is much older than 1913. It's just this is a good demonstration of the Coriolis effect, and you can do it in a laboratory. You don't even need anything particularly sophisticated.
According to the scientists, do you know what's the atmosphere smells like on Uranus?
I'm
According
sure,
to the science.
I'm sure it smells like the way that you usually smell.
No, I'm asking you, you fool. Do you know how it smells like?
That's a cool pivot. Do you want to engage with the Compton generator?
Yes. Do your listeners, you fake intelligent moron, does your listeners know that according to the science, the atmosphere at your anus smells like farts?
You just blowing from stupid town?
Smells like fart, and they named the planet Uranus, and they claim that they discovered it smells like fart.
So
Who
you
believes in that bullshit, you idiot?
So you realize that
Google it. Your
realize,
viewers can Google it.
Hey, so mythical gold art. You realize that it's called Uranus?
No, it's called Uranus. How do you pronounce it in English?
In English, you pronounce it Uranus.
How do you say the planet? Uranus. So it's you, like you, Uranus.
So it's not spelled that way.
Smells like fart.
So do you
Why
think
not
that
plural? Why doesn't plural smell? Why
This is so
specifically
stupid.
Uranus smells like fart?
This is so stupid.
Why?
God.
Why specifically Uranus smells like? It's your emotional damage, you idiot. Uranus.
The crash out is hilarious.
All of your,
followers
can check.
So do you know?
And
Do you
tell me
know?
now.
Do you want to engage with the
stop.
Compton generator, or do you want to just keep pivoting?
No. Just shut the fuck up. Can you tell me
Okay,
what's the
so I'm going
difference?
to mute you, and I'm going to tell you what the Compton generator does. Actually, let me show you what the Compton generator does. It's really a neat device. Here, there's actually a nice Wikipedia article on it, by the way. So this is the Compton generator. It's like a little circular device.
The language of every tyrant is to mute.
Oh,
That's
yep,
what you do. That's what everybody does.
You're right. I am a tyrant. I'm muting you. So,
Shut the fuck up.
This is a Compton
Shut the fuck
generator.
up.
This
You're
device
muting you
here.
because you're a tyrant and you're a liar.
Yep, I'm muting you because I'm a
Nobody cares
tyrant.
about that bullshit.
Well, so
what is
I
the
understand.
difference?
Look, I
What is
understand
the
that it
difference
completely
between the pink
annihilates your
folly-
worldview there, Mythical. Look, Mythical, I understand that it completely annihilates your worldview, but like deflecting and pivoting
No,
to
you are annihilating.
deflecting and pivoting to butt jokes does not really make you look good when you're trying to prove a point here, right? So feel free to engage with the topic here, or you can just, I guess, otherwise I'll just keep you muted, okay? So here's what you're gonna do. Try to engage with the topic. I'll let you unmute here. Try to engage with the topic. We're talking about Compton generators. And we can have a conversation about that. And then after we're done with that, then we can talk about buttholes if you want.
Things,
I know you don't, but this is my live, so that is the current topic of conversation.
But you are always lying. You are claiming that
I'm always lying. Can you prove that, scumbag?
Yes. Yes, I can. You
okay,
idiot.
prove it. Find a lie that I've told.
You're claiming that
you're claiming that the clouds are moving at east to west, but they're actually moving at west to east because I don't understand relative yeah, that's what you're doing right now.
No, that's not what I'm doing. You are doing.
Hey, Mythical Gold, what part of the world are you from?
Why should you care?
Because it's relevant. Because I'm going to give you an example of the shape of the Earth. No. I'm going to give you an example of the shape of the Earth depending on where you're from.
You're stupid. No, you cannot. You believe in moon landing, so you can just shut the fuck up.
I promise it's relevant.
I promise it's relevant. You believe in moon landing and they landed on the Mars, and you believe in all fake planets.
Yep, these are all true things. Okay, yes, okay. I'm gonna make a prediction here. I'm gonna make a prediction here. You
claim that you are spinning around the sun, you liar. You claim that they landed on the moon, you liar.
Do we think that he's from like?
Curves,
I actually can't place his accent. Can anybody else place his accent?
You are not the doctor. You are not intellectual.
Can anybody else place his accent? Because I can't place it for the life of me.
Now let me ask you a question which you cannot answer, you fool.
He could be a Russian bot. That's true. He could be Eastern European.
What is the difference in the object
could also be Brazilian? Yeah, see, that's what I mean. Like, it's really hard to tell.
Yes, it's very hard to tell. What is the difference in the object falling to the ground? Are you listening my question?
No, yes. I'm trying to figure out where you're from.
Why is that relevant, you fool?
Because I want to give you an example, and it will depend on where you're from.
So according to your fake belief, the Earth
Romanian maybe could be Romanian.
The Earth rotates
could also be Colombian.
The sun.
Look, so it's actually really hard to tell because like it could be Eastern European or it could be South American.
Sí, yo puedo ser de sur de América o yo puedo estar colombiano. No puedo hablar contigo porque eres muy estúpido. ¿Entiendes? Eres muy estúpido.
That doesn't help me.
Do you understand?
No.
So, like I said, you fool. Can you tell me the difference between an object
that was apparently very bad Spanish?
That's a kilometer wide. And it's falling to the ground.
He's probably not South American, right? If his Spanish was that bad.
So you're not arguing anymore because you lost.
Well, I'm just trying to figure out where you're from, and you're kind of like avoiding the question.
Who cares?
It's relevant. It's relevant for the example I want to give.
You believe in moon landing.
You believe in moon landing.
Yes. Do you believe in Santa Claus too? Do you believe in Tooth Fairy? Do you believe in warlocks?
Is it Moldova? Is he from Moldova?
How uneducated
it's got to be Eastern Europe at this point, right?
How much brainwashed you have to be to believe in moon landing and NASA?
Okay, so I'm pretty. It could also be Southeastern Europe. He could be like from like Serbia or something.
How much do you need to accept to believe that they landed on the moon? You fool!
Mythical Goldart.
And they dig out.
Yeah, I think I'm leaning Slavic here. But it's hard to tell which part of Slavic, which Slavic is he Western Slavic or Eastern Slavic or Southern Slavic? That's kind of hard to tell. But look, Mythical. Oh, he left. That was fun. Bro was so very mad. Yeah, I don't think that he was Russian either. He was very upsetty spaghetti. Mucho, in fact. We have $2 from Jay Hernandez with the $2. I don't know why I said $2 twice. Please explain satellites and moon missile. I have no idea what you're referring to. What's satellites and moon missile? What? From Eat Some Shorts with the $2. This guest must really hate dentists. That must be an old reference because I don't remember what that's. I don't see what that's about. From Dwayne Warren with the $2. Black belt instructors in BJJ are called professor. Interesting. From what does this say? Kale Somogi. Tried my best. I'm sorry. Well, thank you for the 5 Canuck bucks. Most FLERFs might have some issues upstairs, and giving them a platform and feelings of validation might not be a good idea, but it is entertaining. I don't think that they're like mentally ill, if that helps. Insofar as I also don't think that like people I disagree with are mentally ill. From PMK with the 12 Polish zloty. God damn it, the number of trolls is blowing my mind. Yeah, he definitely wasn't a troll. He was just very upset. From Michai with the £1. Thank you for your donation, bud. With the Dwayne Warren with the $2. At this point, we need grading criteria for curses. Probably. From Mihai again with the £2. He is so fundamentally butthurt, it's alarming. He also made a Uranus joke, which was very funny. From Dwayne Warren acknowledging the Uranus joke. The 5th grade Uranus joke is as a legit argument, right? From you need to change your name, my guy, with the €6. Your anus. Indeed, that's how it's spelled. From Normal Boy with the 16 Norwegian kroners, this guy wanted an intellectual argument and keeps insulting you because he couldn't provide anything he said. The irony is insane. Yeah, intellectual arguments are hard to come by against flat earthers, but we do our best. From Mike Angel with the take my money, you fool. I appreciate you. Thank you, Mike. From Eustace with the $2. I checked his IP. How are you checking someone's IP on TikTok? You know what? Don't tell me. Apparently he was from Montenegro though, which checks out for Southern Slavic. From Juggernaut with the $2. Can we learn about the Coriolis science now? Yeah, the Coriolis effect. So the Compton generator is a really neat device that I actually made a video about it a while ago. So you should go watch that. But essentially what you do is you take like a glass tube filled with water and like some coal dust, so then you can see the water flowing. And then it's originally flat on a table, and then you just flip it. And as a result, the coal dust, the water will start to go around in a circle. At exactly a rate that is expected given the Coriolis effect. And flipping it like this, you mount it on a device so that the flipping isn't causing the motion. Because of course the flipping, like if you twist it or whatever, it might rotate, but you can do it slowly even, and it will still get that extra force and it'll start to rotate. From Vicious with the $5, he just needs a hug. He did need a hug. And from Candace with the $5, does he not believe Russia, China, India, Japan also go into space? It's not just the US that sends ships into space. Other countries do as well. Yeah, lots of countries do. All right, let us bring up our next guest. I feel like I've spoken with Brian Peck before. Have I? Brian, have we spoken before?
We have, ever so briefly. I just wanted to tell you as a medical doctor that I'm personally okay with you using your PhD doctor title.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that, Brian.
And then just to drag it back into the mud, fuck you, you suck, and you're stupid. But
Do
you
not
know what?
come.
None of that's true.
Do not come.
No, he was just joshing. Let's talk to Solio. Solio, how's it going?
Yeah, you got dropped as a baby. I just want to tell you.
I did. That's a bummer. So the IQ I would have been born with must have been like 190 or something then, if I still ended up so high that I have now. That's crazy.
Well, what is your IQ then? I thought it
like
was 90.
let's say that it's higher than 140.
Wait, so how long is your brain?
How long is my brain?
Yeah.
It's well, let's just say that it's longer than what you got going on downstairs.
I mean, it's longer than yours, but let's not start about that. Let's not compare dick size with kids.
I mean, hey man, you started it.
Yeah. Who started what, bro? Anyways, Wait, I was gonna ask. What's your PhD?
What shape do you think the Earth is, Solio?
Square.
Oh, okay, so like your IQ is in like the double digits then,
No,
huh?
it's flat, as in. So I'll explain. I believe that it's flat as we know of it, and it's an illusion as we go into space that we see as a sphere. So it might sound unrealistic, but do you believe in like the?
So like your IQ just like is straight up double digits, right?
Can I finish? Let me just.
It's like measured in like it's room temperature in Celsius. Is that what we're doing?
I just think it's flat, but realistically it's square, and we
Uh-huh,
only
yeah,
have
sure.
access to one of the squares of the 6.
Yeah, sure, I'm sure. Where are the 4 corners?
We can't access the corners because Antarctica, the wall of Antarctica, is not letting us through.
Okay, I'm sure.
And
Solio,
why am I wrong?
Solio, have you thought about any of this seriously, or is this just like a shower thought for you?
No, this is like a serious thought. I've done like experiments on this for like 2 years.
I'm sure. And what experimental methods do you use? How do you do your data analysis? Do you like prefer like chi-squared? Do you prefer like chi-squared analyses, or do you use some other more sophisticated statistical test?
Well, I can tell you the formula.
Oh, I was just asking about your statistical tests to do your data analysis.
I don't need data analysis.
Oh, okay. So then clearly you haven't done any experiments.
I have done analysis, but analysis.
Oh, what's the analysis that you've done? And by the way, just so you know, analysis isn't just thinking hard.
I calculated the force that a penis would take to go into your ass to make you scream.
Ah, okay, I got it. Oh, so I was definitely overestimating it. I guess that your IQ is probably something closer to like the freezing, like the freezing temperature in Fahrenheit.
No, it's 89. It's 89.
Oh, it's 89. That is, you know what? You should be so proud of that.
Yeah,
You're considered technically normal.
Just give me a clap, low key. Like just start clapping, because 89 is really good for this generation because there's so many dumb children out there, you know.
Yep, 89. I'm so proud of you.
Yeah, I'm also.
That's almost an A.
Yeah, I'm also passing 2 of my subjects out of 9, so that's something to be proud of.
This has got to be a troll, right? That's got to be a troll. 100%, that's a troll. There's no way. It was definitely a troll. From Dwayne Warren with the $2, Blitz got the Doctor Pass card live. I did. Not that I needed it though. And from Iconoclodge with the $2, long brain. It's a weird question, right? How long is your brain? That's so funny. Yeah, if I had a call screener, I would have one, but call screeners are not cheap. So, and you know, I don't want to take advantage of anybody. Let's talk to Roger That.
Oh my god.
Roger That, how's it going?
Not bad, how are you?
I'm doing okay, Roger. So, Roger, what shape do you think the Earth is?
I know it's a sphere, and I'm sorry for taking up any time. I just wanted to know one quick question, and I will let you be. If you had to go out of FLERF and you only had 60 seconds to absolutely decimate them, what would you do?
I would just tell them to look at sunsets.
Thank you. That's all I needed to know. Thank you very much.
Take care,
I love
Roger.
your show.
Thanks for being here, bud. All right, let's bring up a guest from Discord. Let's talk to A. From A.
Oh.
Hey, how's it going?
Oh, yo, can you hear me?
I can hear you, yeah.
Oh, what's good, bro? Actually, the other guy in the waiting room, I was talking to him. He was here before me, but he can talk now.
Yeah, but his name is Gigaju, and I don't trust that.
Oh, okay.
I think that he's probably just going to be a Nazi or something.
He might be a Nazi. I have no idea. So
Yeah.
basically, I just wanted to ask you a couple questions. Like, do you think you know the Earth is round, or is it a belief that you're committed to?
I know that the Earth is round more than I know that the sun will rise tomorrow. Does that help?
More. So just how does someone come to know something?
With evidence, generally.
Yeah, evidence is evidence, but if you don't interact with the evidence, you don't know shit, right? I mean, is it cool to swear?
If you're not familiar with the evidence, then you might not know it. I am familiar with the evidence, so I do know it.
So what I'm suggesting is that for someone to know something, they have to directly experience it.
No,
like,
I don't think
could
that's
tell
true.
you the Earth is this. I could tell you if you haven't actually. So you think you can know something without directly experiencing?
Yeah, of course. Like,
wait.
Yeah, of course. Like, I know
if we're
Australia
starting off with
exists,
that,
but I've
there's
never
no
been
way-
there.
You don't know it then.
I
You
would
have a belief.
absolutely say
So, like,
that I would
at the
absolutely
end of
say
the
that I
day-
know Australia exists.
But you don't. You've seen it in pictures. It's
Okay.
like I could show you. And think
So,
about it. We're in
A,
the age of AI.
have you
so
been to
it's
have you been
even
to
more
Australia?
Poignant. I could
Have
show
you been
you
to
a picture
have you been
of
to
a
Australia?
purple elephant. I haven't been to Australia.
Okay, so you're telling me that you don't know Australia exists?
No.
Hey, look at this guy. He doesn't know that Australia exists.
I don't know it.
It's absurd. I'll take that as a reductio to your worldview.
I have to believe it.
I'll take that as a reductio to your worldview.
No, well, this is just at the end of the day. I could tell you something tastes good. I could tell you it feels a certain way. But if you haven't experienced it directly, you have to take my word for it. You've seen pictures. You've heard people talk about Australia.
So, have you seen the firmament?
I haven't seen the firmament.
Okay,
I didn't
so you
see
don't
all
know
the
the
flat
firmament
earther, by the way.
exists.
So don't try to tell you. I don't know the firmament exists.
Okay, cool.
Do you know what it was? It's flat Earth. Flat Earth. When flat Earth came around, I was very into science.
So, hey,
and
I
all
got
of
a quick
sudden,
question.
I realized.
Hey, do you have any older siblings?
No, I'm the eldest one.
Okay. Do you think that your younger siblings know that you were born?
No, they don't know I was born. As far as they're aware,
This
I could
is
have popped
crazy.
out of a test
Your
tube. I could have been
definition of the
born
word
in a
"no"
laboratory.
is insane. Your
It's
younger
not
siblings
insane, it's
don't
just
know that you were
logical.
born?
It's just honest. What I'm saying is that
It's
a lot
not
of people
honest.
they like
That's just
to
not
claim
what people mean when they say no.
Just hear
Hey,
me out for 1 second,
actually,
right?
here's another question. Hey, sorry, this is coming from the comments now. Do you know that you have a brain?
No, I don't know I have a brain because I've never seen inside my own head. Like,
Bro doesn't know
what
he has
I'm
a
saying is
brain.
that- yeah, because there's a difference between knowing something and believing it. And what I'm saying is, if you're intelligent enough, you'll acknowledge at some point that you don't know shit. That's what I noticed. The other caller, he was in here a second ago. He was trying to basically say that he just wasn't approaching it in a very intelligible way. What I'm saying is that if you're honest with yourself, if you let go of the need to know things, it was actually flat Earth that made me question everything. It was like, okay, I'm looking to arguments and there's strong arguments on both sides. What I can do, being honest and intellectual, is understand that I don't know shit. I've only seen evidence. I've only seen evidence of atoms, of like, all these different particles. At the end of the day, we see evidence of all types of things that aren't necessarily true. We see things the way they appear to be. That doesn't mean that's how they actually are. And what I'm saying is that a lot of stuff that you believe, you've never proven it for yourself. You've just taken it on someone else's word.
Yeah, so I would suggest you inform yourself on some epistemology
That's not
because
knowing.
you
Like,
really need to just look into the philosophy of knowledge. That's what epistemology is. You should seriously do some reading because what you're proposing here is like what you're proposing here is equivalent to solipsism, right?
What do you say? Solipsism?
Solipsism, yeah.
I've never heard of it.
Yeah, I know. You should go read up on epistemology. It would help.
No, but it's not necessary. I'm just saying if you're honest,
it is necessary
it's
because
not
you're
like a
obviously
feeling of
confused about
needing
what
to be
knowledge is.
No, to know something. Look, at the end of the day, you can either
At the end of the day is
live in a
night.
delusion that your beliefs. Go on. You can live in a delusion and think that what you believe is knowledge, but it's not. It's a belief. It's a faith. So if you're telling me somebody they've experienced Jesus and they
it's
know
all
that
a
Jesus,
belief. It's all a faith. Look, so you're making a whole lot of epistemological claims.
It is a
Why not
belief.
you just go read some epistemology?
Go on then. I've
would
heard of epistemology. I don't know what it is. What is
You
epistemology?
should go read it. It's a branch of philosophy. Just read some modern
I just don't think
epistemology.
it's necessary. I thought
you
you're so
wanted
used
to, I thought
to
you
being
wanted to have
in
an
here with
I thought you
trolls
wanted
and
to have an
arguing.
intellectual conversation, and you're telling me that it's not necessary to read.
I didn't say that. I said for this, it's not necessary for me to read epistemology to prove my point.
Wait,
my
so
point is
it's not
actually a
necessary
fact.
it's not necessary for you to inform yourself on the modern philosophy of knowledge in order to make the claim that nobody has knowledge about anything they haven't directly experienced. It definitely seems like it is relevant,
because
considering you
knowledge-
don't
the
even
modern-
know how the word knowledge is understood.
It's not relevant.
It is
Knowledge has
relevant
been
because the
knowledge
way that
since
people
the
use
beginning of
the way that
time.
people use the word knowledge is very, very important for the claim that you're making.
I get what you're saying. All right, so the you're thinking that the definition of knowledge has drifted. It doesn't matter
No, it
because
hasn't
to know
drifted.
something
It's been the same the whole time. You just don't understand what it means.
Okay, so what I'm saying is true then. What I'm saying is that I could tell you that the Earth is round, the Earth is flat. If you haven't done what it takes to actually know, to physically find out, and actually the evidence.
You don't need to physically be present in order to know something. Actually, let me
You
ask
do.
you. Question. So you're telling me that you have to like physically observe something with your eyes or your ears or your nose or your senses or somehow in order to know something.
One of
know
your
something is true?
senses.
Okay, yeah. So
Yeah.
what's 2 + 2?
4.
Okay, and do you know that?
Yeah.
Okay, what sense did you use to know that?
I used a combination of senses. My
Which
eyes.
sense? Which one?
You could actually.
Oh, are you saying that you can see 2?
Yeah, you have 2 apples on the table. Whatever
Oh no,
you've
no,
got.
I'm not asking if you can see
physically
2
count
apples. I'm asking if you can see 2. I'm not asking 2 apples plus 2 apples. I'm asking 2 + 2.
I don't know what you mean. Two as in what the number.
Yeah, the number.
So these are these are definitions that we've attributed because at the end of the day, the number 2 isn't the number 2 in a different language, is it? So it's representative.
I'm not
of
referring to
something.
the the symbol. I'm referring to the abstract notion of the number.
Yeah, abstract notion of the number. Okay, right. So what's your point?
Yeah.
I mean,
so have you ever
math
seen
is
the number 2?
completely abstract. Yeah, on a page. Of course you
I'm
have.
not talking about the symbol. I'm talking about the abstract number.
What have you seen it? What are you talking about?
I don't think that seeing something is required to know something.
You have to experience it to know it. And actually, how you experience.
Here's a question.
Go for it.
Sorry, I'm stealing from the comments again because this is brilliant.
Go for it.
What's 1 billion plus 2?
Why?
Answer the question.
It's a stupid question. I mean,
it's a very not stupid question. The fact that you're avoiding it and you were happy to answer what 2 + 2 is makes me think that you know that it destroys your argument. What's 1 billion plus 2?
No, I don't know. You're asking me a stupid question. Anyone here can answer that.
What's 1 billion plus 2?
Why don't you just skip the question and get to the point?
No, just answer the question. Answer the question and then we'll get to it, I promise.
1 billion and 2.
Okay. Have you ever seen 1 billion?
No, same way I haven't seen.
So then how do you know that 1 billion plus 2 is you haven't even seen 1 billion anything? You haven't seen 1 billion apples?
Who knows?
You would know if you had. So what have you seen 1 billion
them,
of?
I mean, it's a long time.
What have you seen 1 billion of?
I don't know. I haven't never counted it. I won't take the time.
You've never seen 1 billion of anything.
No. So how do I know it exists?
So how do you know that 1 billion plus 2 is 1 billion and 2?
If you want the answer, this is the way that Jesus exists. Is because it's agreed upon. Like whether it exists in reality or it just exists
okay,
within
so you
the
don't
mind,
know that 1 billion plus 2 is 1 billion and 2.
Conceptually, it's something agreed upon.
So you don't know it though.
Conceptually, to know something is different than to directly experience it. Like conceptually, I can conceptually know a purple elephant right now. I've got the concept of it. I can dream it up in
so
my
now
head.
we're changing our definition of what know means.
No, not at all.
Sounds like we are because because earlier you said that you knew that 2 + 2 = 4, and now when you say that you know that 1 billion plus 2 is 1 billion and 2, now you're saying, oh well, I know it conceptually. It sounds like you're changing the definition.
But that's what you did. We both changed the definition or something we agreed upon.
I haven't changed the definition at all. I've been using you don't even know what I mean when I say no. I haven't offered a definition.
Well, yeah, that would help if you explain it.
Yeah, what I mean by no is that
would help if we have an agreed upon definition.
We can just use like Plato's, we can just use like the classical definition for now, and it's good enough. It's a justified true belief.
Say that one more time.
a justified true belief. There are some issues with this, but it's good enough for the sake of argument.
Wait. So whose definition of know is this? Because this
comes
is a
from the
fair
Greeks.
point. If we find what it means to know something, for me to know something is like a fact, something that I've experienced and I know it to be true.
Yeah, okay, so the thing that I told you is from the Greeks. The ancient Greeks.
And if we're being honest, then it would even come down to belief again, because we're using our 5 senses to perceive things, which doesn't prove to us. It comes down to what do you actually know and what do you just choose to believe. Because
yeah, so the point is you should probably go read some epistemology so you can learn about what knowledge is and how we come to know things.
It's not that I need to.
You do.
That's
You
just
really,
you being,
really do.
I guess you. Based on what? Why would you think that? Why would you suppose that I need
of this
to do
conversation that we've had, it's clear to me that you're just not well educated on the philosophy of knowledge or the philosophy of learning or the philosophy of knowing things rather.
Educated
well, if you were educated on it, you wouldn't make these obvious blunders.
They're not obvious blunders. I think that the fact
they
you
are obvious
haven't.
blunders. I mean, like under your worldview, your younger siblings don't even know that you were born. Under your worldview, you don't even know that you have a brain.
True. That's the truth. That's just actually what happens
Yeah. So
when you're
if you
honest.
went and you read, if you did some reading on epistemology, you would find out that that's not true.
You don't know anything from reading a book. Books have been full of propaganda and all sorts of lies since way before we were born. So what makes you think
I just have a really important question. So if you want to take like a real good look at something, would you call that? What would you call that? Maybe a propaganda.
Okay, yeah, was it a pun? Good one, yeah.
Yeah, it was. Sorry, I'm kicking you now. the dude just needs to go read some epistemology. Like it's so obvious, right? I didn't even get the pun right. Like, I don't even know where he was going with it. Like, he just doesn't think anybody knows anything, I guess. Yeah, no. The Gettier problems with the JTB does have problems with Gettier, does run into issues with Gettier problems. I'm aware of that. But for the sake of that argument, JTB is good enough. I think that there's like a more modern version that people use. They use like an apt true belief or something like this. But for the sake of the conversation that we were having, it was good enough. Okay, let's read some super chats and then maybe we'll bring up, oh, Gigajew's gone. From Fisto Roboto with the 5 Canuck bucks. That's Celsius room temperature joke roasted that kid. Yeah, I think that he was trolling though, right? From Brian Peck with the $2. Sorry about that. I forget that I'm not funny. It's okay, you're a little funny. From Garain with the $10. Thank you so much. In Tolkien's lore, the Earth used to be flat before the fall of Numenor. After, it was made round. However, the elves still perceive it as flat, which is why in TT? Oh, in Twin Towers, Legolas can see the fleeing Uruks. Interesting. So the flat earthers are elves. Got it. From Telonius Gaming with the $10. Thank you so much, Telonius. From Dr. Fudge with the $2. Who did this to this poor kid? Holy crap. If you're talking about the guy that had some epistemology issues, sorry, the 2 towers, not the Twin Towers. Oof. From Telonius Gaming again with the $5. I was watching The Line last night and Matt Dillahunty referenced you to a caller as Dr. Blitz. So, gentlemen, we got him. You a doctor for real. Exactly. Well, it's also the name that I go by here, so. From KO with the 5 Canuck bucks, science agrees with this, that what we know is based on evidence, but it cannot be proven 100%. That means we can't absolutely know most things. Look, we just don't take knowledge to be absolute. You can distinguish between knowledge and certainty. From Kale with the 2 Canuck bucks again, it's called fallibilism. It's science. Yeah, there you go. And from Dr. Mantis Toboggan with the 2, are those New Zealand dollars? 2 New Zealand dollars. British guy sounds like the guy who trolled Fix the Flat Earth. I didn't see it, so maybe. All right, let us bring up our next guest. Let's talk to Simp Bizkit. By the way, that's a great name.
Thank you.
Simp, how's it going?
Going good. I can't complain. Thanks for taking my call.
Yeah, of course. Simp, what shape do you think the Earth is?
I personally think, or I guess I surmise that it is what's the word I'm trying to look for? It's circular, but it's also a plane. So I guess a circular plane with all its layers and depth, you could almost call it a cylinder too.
So Simp, are you driving?
No.
It sounds like you're driving.
Why does it sound like I'm driving?
Because I hear cars driving by.
No, I'm walking on the strip right now.
Okay. Yeah, so you're saying that it's like a cylinder and we're living on the top?
I'm not even, I mean, I'm just only saying that because I know there's so many layers, you know what I mean? Like layer upon layer.
Like
if I were to
like
say,
ogres.
You could say, yeah, basically, and like parfaits, if you will. But think about it, like, is the ocean, the deepest part of the ocean that considered the crust, right?
So Simp, your audio is unfortunately really bad because of the outside sounds. So is there a way that you can go inside?
Hold on, yeah. Give me a minute. Alright, getting inside. Alright, I just went into my garage.
I'm still hearing some gnarly sounds.
Really?
Yep.
Is this better? Okay.
I think so. Yeah, that's better.
So I get. Alright. Yeah, I was thinking about how the ocean's so deep and that it's still considered part of the Earth's crust, because that would imply that a spherical world would be really, really layered, or, you know, really, really plain. Like with that kind of depth, and you know that water has to find a level.
Now your audio is really bad.
In a sphere, my audio is really bad.
Yeah.
Sorry,
look, man, it just sounds like today is not your day, so I'm gonna let you go. But feel free to come back at a later date when you're not driving. Let's talk to Nice. Nice.
Yo, what's up?
How's it going?
Pretty good. Can you hear me all right?
Yeah, I can. Nice, what shape do you think the Earth is?
I'm not sure. But I do have some stuff to say that's sort of adjacent to it that I think will be interesting.
Okay. You're not sure,
So
but you have some things to say about it that might be
Sorry, let me
interesting.
turn you up.
Yeah, go ahead.
It's adjacent, so I think it's connected, and this overlap, creationism, flat Earth, sort of go hand in hand, right?
No, not really. Plenty of flat Earth. I know plenty of creationists who are not flat earthers.
They go hand in hand.
I know plenty of creationists who are not flat earthers.
They go hand in hand.
You can keep saying that, but like, they don't.
Okay. Agree to disagree. That's fine.
So do you want to bring up stuff about the shape of the Earth, or do you just want to bring up
No,
the
but
age
the
of the
main
Earth?
thing. Okay. So in our universe, I would say intelligent life is extremely rare. Would you agree?
Do you think that there's a universe?
Well, let's just go off the traditional view that I guess most atheists would have of this big expansive universe, and all the stuff you believe, pretty much.
Right, but today isn't about atheism. It's not about the age of the Earth. It's about the shape of the Earth.
Yeah, we'll get to that.
Okay, so why don't we just start there?
Yeah, can't really skip to it. But
okay, you're right. We can't. Let's talk to Dubs.
Hello?
Dubs, how's it going?
Good, how are you?
I'm doing okay. Dubs, what shape do you think the Earth is?
I obviously lean more towards flat, but I have just a question for you. I just want to see what you think about it, because I know what I think. I just want to know what you think, because I'm torn between the two. You understand what I mean?
Sure, go ahead.
I feel like there's good points for both flat and round Earth, right? So would you say that you are 100% sure that the Earth is spherical?
No, but I'm more sure that the Earth is spherical than the sun will rise tomorrow.
Okay, so like my dilemma is that like I see both sides and I really can't like decide, but I feel like I would lean more towards flat Earth because of the. I just want to know what you think about this, like in history and all the books and like everything that's been taught and like pushed down through the generations and like pushed through. Like, do you think that that could have been tampered with, or that could have just all been like it's just all like a simulation kind of like where they tell us what like they just tell us stuff that's not real. Does that make sense? Like just like
I have no idea what you're referring to.
Like passing down false information, like books and stuff. Do you believe that that could all be like fake propaganda and stuff?
I mean, like, is it possible? Like, is it logically possible? I suppose, but I don't think that there's any good reason to think that that's the case.
Like and so like stuff that we're being taught to, like all the information about.
Well, the science stuff we can check for ourselves, right? We don't like this. This is not something that you're just told and then you just have to believe it. You can check this stuff on your own. So that stuff is basically immune to this whole we've been taught all the lies. Like we can just check these things on our own.
Could you give an example of like how you could like what could you check them like? For
example? Yeah, for example, you can set up an experiment that measures gravity, right? Directly. You can do that in your garage.
Right, but like to check like the shape of the Earth, like how are you supposed to do that without just taking the word of somebody else?
You can so what you can do is you can get your friend on this. You can get your friend on the horn. Maybe you have two friends. Get them into a Discord call. Make sure that they're in different places, and then measure the lengths of shadows for various sticks. That you shove a stick straight up into the ground. Make sure the stick is the same length everywhere. And on maybe it's 3 feet for everybody. You stick it into the ground and you measure the lengths of the shadows all at the same time, and you can use that to figure out how big the Earth is and whether or not it's a sphere or whether it's a plane.
Interesting. So do you believe that? So do you think it would be plausible that the Earth is then like, if those measurements were to come true, then like a semicircle sun then with a flat bottom and a dome?
Not so. Those measurements are impossible to reproduce if we are standing on a flat thing.
I don't know. I'm not really following because like I just don't see how. I feel like everything that we've been like shown, especially like I don't know, like stuff like space and stuff. Do you think that that's all real? Like, do you believe
you can see it with your own eyes?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm talking like about say like when like the astronauts landed on the moon. Do you believe all that? And
we watched it on live TV. Well, I didn't, but people did. People who were alive watched it on live TV.
All just been a fake broadcast and
nope. You can analyze the video. They didn't have the tech to fake that at the time.
But how would you know that they didn't have the tech to fake that? They could have.
In fact, we don't have the tech now to fake it.
I think
the only way that we could fake it now is with like complete CGI. But like we know that they didn't have CGI back then.
There's also been like videos I've seen multiple. I've like looked into it, but like there's this guy he's shown videos of the sky just flipped upside down, and it like people had just 100% believed that they were looking from space when the camera was.
I don't think that that's real. Like you would have to find me. I don't think that a single person would think that you could take like a photo of like Australia or something of like taken in Australia, flip it upside down, and have people believe that this was taken from space. I don't think anybody would believe that.
I feel like it's plausible though because
how is that an argument that other people believe dumb things? Therefore, what is that an argument for?
To say that we aren't being taught or told the right stuff, or like we're being
maybe you are, but people who are intellectually curious can go out and try to figure out what's true themselves.
Right, but you could also just like say you went to some other state, right? If you go into some state in America where that had like red dirt, red soil, whatever, you could take a picture of that and be like, "This is Mars." I think just that like.
Why aren't you listening to me? You can like the stuff, like the scientific stuff, you can figure out yourself. You can go double check it yourself.
That's using like their metric, like the metrics of like what you've been taught.
What metrics? You're just measuring things with sticks and stopwatches.
That doesn't tell you anything about the, like, unless you're able to like actually like see that.
Measuring the lengths of shadows will tell you about whether or not the Earth is flat or whether it's a globe. Geometry is pretty straightforward. Geometry is something that you can, in principle, derive entirely yourself. You don't have to rely on anybody for it. In fact, this is, well, it's not really what Euclid did, but it's sort of what Euclid did.
What do you mean?
Okay, deriving geometry, you don't have to rely on anybody for that.
No, I know, but you were saying, what were you saying before that?
That you can figure out whether the shape of the Earth is a globe or a plane just by measuring the lengths of sticks, the lengths of shadows of sticks.
That's just one, like, that's just one thing that you, like, there's no other, is there
You
any
can
other
do
way?
that. That's proof.
No, I'm
You
saying,
said that you said that there's nothing that you can do. That's something that you can do, and it's proof.
Is there anything else you could do then?
Yeah, there's lots of other things, but why are you ignoring the thing that I just told you about, which you said that you can't do? You can do it.
It just wouldn't, that doesn't, like, that's just numbers, and that's just things
Yeah,
that
we use numbers to do proof.
I'm saying, like, you can't physically see it though. Like, I feel like,
I mean, you literally can if you go up into an airplane. You can literally see the curvature. You just have to have a wide enough window.
I don't know, I feel like that's been disproven though, like with footage.
Do you want me to show you video from a private individual who built his own rocket and had a non fisheye lens attached to the rocket, and it was recorded from ground all the way up to apogee?
Actually, yeah, I'd like to see that.
Yeah, okay. I'm sure it's not going to convince you, because of course it won't. But
I'm actually curious. Like, I'm not even trying to be like funny. I'm like genuinely curious. Like, I just want to see. Is he like is it like a trusted?
He's just a dude. He's just a dude on YouTube.
When was this in? What year was this?
This was 3 years ago. At least that's when he posted it. His name is Kip Doggerdas.
Okay.
I don't know if you can see his name. And he built a rocket. Here, let me skip to the part that, like, he goes over a bunch of the details. So there's the rocket. It's strapped to the vertical thing.
Okay.
And let me just skip forward to the part where we actually get the point of view of the rocket. Here. I'm going to speed it up a little bit if that's okay. Okay, yeah, so here the rocket's on the side of the camera's on the side of the rocket, right? So it's sideways. But you can see it going up. It's spinning, that's how it's stabilizing. And we can, I'm just going to speed it up just so I then, because it's kind of a long video. Are you okay if I skip forward to when it's at its highest altitude?
Yeah, you're good.
Okay, I think, is that here-ish? It's like, yeah, it's like around here. So here it's at like 300,000 feet up. Deploying a drogue, or it's deploying a drogue chute. Sorry?
Where did he launch this from? Does it say where?
It was some desert.
Desert.
He might even say it in like the actual audio.
Is it in America? Is it from?
I don't know off the top of my head. He might even say it in the video, in the audio. I've only ever watched this without the audio on, because I'm always but you can watch it yourself.
Yeah. I've actually never seen this.
Okay, so the video GoPro overheats, so we have to rewind a little bit but like it's very clearly curved, right? Like from the video.
Right. Yeah, I can see that.
So, and this was like an amateur thing. This is not like a governmental thing. The launch goes all the way from the ground all the way up to 300,000 feet up.
Yeah, I might do more research into that video then.
I guess it was done in Nevada, by the way. Somebody in the comments said.
All right, well, I'm gonna go do more research into that. Thank you.
Okay, of course. Thanks for being here. Take care.
Yep. Bye.
Let me just check something really quick, because I have a dentist appointment today. Don't love dentist appointments. All right, let's bring up Mex C Flex. Max, how's it going?
Oh my god, finally I've been waiting for this.
You've been waiting?
Brother,
Okay, well, welcome. I hope that this is worth it.
Brother, I've been listening to everybody, and it's made me lose like so much hope in humanity.
I agree. Max, what shape do you think the Earth is?
I think it's spherical. I think by the speed that we actually rotate in, maybe like it flattens it just a little bit, but it's still a sphere.
So
Obviously,
Max, I gotta let you go because you're not opposition. Sorry. Should we bring posing as a poser back? He was good content last time. Yeah, let's bring him back.
Yeah, hopefully you don't rage quit on me again.
Posing as a poser, welcome back. You think the Earth is flat?
Yeah, I think it's the best way to describe it. Hopefully you can explain it without having to rage quit again. Because last time you rage quit because I caught you lying twice.
Are you sure that that's what happened? Because we have it on
Yeah,
YouTube.
that's exactly what happened. You literally rage quit and then said, God, that guy pisses me off.
We have it on YouTube.
After you kicked me. And did
We
I
have it on
drop
YouTube.
willingly? Did I drop quick willingly or did you kick me?
We'd have to go check the YouTube.
You kicked me. Go look at your YouTube, bro. You kicked me and then started going in on, oh, that guy pisses me off.
Well, why did you piss me off? Why did you piss me off?
Because I asked you to verify and I caught you on 2 contradictions.
Oh, was this so? What exactly were we talking about? Do you remember?
Wow, it's crazy you don't.
Well, yeah, I talked to a lot of people. I just
So do
recognized your
I
name.
host my own lives.
I'm sure you do.
Why don't you ever go on anyone else's lives? Why do you need to hide behind a mute button and kicking people?
Oh, because I'm not gonna give clout to unhinged random people.
So i.e. you're scared.
No, it's a clout thing. So look, so posing.
You're scared to fight anyone else, bro.
So posing, were you the guy that I talked? Posing.
On your life, so you have it on your rules, and you can control the conversation.
Yep, that's exactly it. Posing. So
Yeah,
were you the guy that? Did I talk to you about the?
I can literally.
So
go on
posing.
anyone's
Posing.
live
Were
and
you
do
the guy
that.
that I talked to for like 2 hours about the neutrinos?
No, that wasn't me.
Okay. Have you heard about the neutrinos?
No, but I want to know why you got to kick people. Why can't you go to other people's lives?
Oh, well, I don't. So I have scheduled lives that I do, and I don't really have a whole lot of time otherwise beside that. So posing. So posing. This is.
Be able to control that mute button, that kick button.
Yeah, exactly. Posing. Now, so do you want to hear about? Do you want to hear about the neutrinos?
No, that's cool. At least you can admit it.
Yeah. I mean, this is a dictatorship. Posing. So do you want to hear about the neutrinos?
I see.
Yep. This is not a democracy.
Even your chat literally gets off on the fact that you kick people.
So posing. Do you want to hear about the neutrinos?
Is it going to improve the globe?
Yeah.
Yeah, how?
Yeah, so I can just explain it to you, and if you want more explanation, or I can give you diagrams and stuff. So there's a neutrino emitter in Chicago. I have a friend who's visited it. It's pointed into the ground at a 3-degree angle, almost exactly 3 degrees. It's not exactly 3 degrees, but it's close. It's pointed into the ground at a 3-degree angle, and it's slightly underground already. Now, it shoots out neutrinos. Those neutrinos pass through the ground, right? That's what neutrinos tend to do. They tend to pass through basically everything. About 720 kilometers away, there's a neutrino detector. That detector is in a place called Sudan in Michigan, if I remember correctly, or maybe Minnesota. It's Soudan. Anyway, that detector picks up those neutrinos. But the detector picks up those neutrinos coming up from the ground.
Okay.
So you have something that's shooting neutrinos down into the ground, and on the other side, those neutrinos come up from the ground and hit the detector.
Or they could just be bouncing off the ground and coming right back up.
No, neutrinos don't do that.
You guys only want to look at one possibility instead of ever thinking.
They're not. What do you mean bouncing off the ground? They're underground.
Down and bounce right back up because the ground gets denser as it goes down deeper.
They're underground, and I actually don't think that's true, by the way.
You don't think the ground gets denser as it goes down?
Not in any significant amount, but no, neutrinos don't bounce. No, neutrinos don't bounce off of the ground. It's not like a statistically likely thing.
Let me just clarify this. They have to stop drilling because the ground gets easier to drill once you get.
It's because it gets hotter and more mushy.
So it gets more difficult. So it gets bigger. The friction, because if it wasn't dense, there would be less friction, right?
No, it's not hot because of friction.
Yeah, it is because you're drilling. Have you ever drilled anything?
That's not why it gets hot. That's not why it gets hot when you go 7 miles down. No.
It is.
No. No, it's not.
Okay, you can keep just denying.
Because you know it's hot even when you're not drilling, right?
Well, I mean, in the ground, yeah, because there's radiant heat.
Right, so it doesn't get hot because they're drilling.
But you can't sit and add like that. Friction is implying heat to the circumstances anyway.
The relevant thing is that it's already hot down there and it's mushy.
So what I'm saying.
But anyway, so the relevant point is that neutrinos don't bounce off the ground. This is not how neutrinos behave.
But you're coming up with an assumption. You don't know what's going on beyond the ground. You just know you're shooting a laser
Sure we
in
do.
and then it's coming back out.
If we didn't know how it was going to work, how did they build it beforehand, knowing exactly how it would work, and then it worked perfectly?
They do that a lot. A lot of things in life works out through trial and error.
It wasn't trial and error. They just built it the first time and it worked exactly right. This wasn't trial and error.
I'm literally trusting you on this, but I'm saying that no, it could work out first time. It could be trial and error.
It wasn't trial and error. They knew it. They had an exact plan. There's a reason why they angled it down at 3 degrees, and because that's exactly the angle they would have to angle it down at if the Earth is a globe, so that it would hit the target.
But you've never done this, have you?
I have a friend who's visited the
it's a good
visited
friend,
the emitter.
Right? So
Yeah, his name
just somebody you know, right?
I mean, his name is
Like,
his name is Sean.
This is the issue I have with the globe.
His name is Sean. He also is pretty active on TikTok.
His name, so now I trust him.
I mean, he's pretty active on TikTok. He's another physicist.
So,
yeah, he's a friend of mine.
So you're
do you want me to do like if he actually might be around? I can bring him up if you want. Hold on, he might be around if you want. I can maybe bring him up.
Do you gotta tag him in?
Well, no, I mean you just don't believe that he exists.
Well, I don't really care if he exists or not. I'm saying I don't
So
believe
I'm just
because you're telling me it.
Well, look, so you asked for you wanted to hear about it, right? If you don't, if you didn't want to hear about it, if you were just gonna not believe it because I was telling you, then like you should have just said that.
I can literally. It's like you believe everything you hear. You don't decipher and decide.
Well, no, I've actually read up on this quite a lot. I'm very familiar with it. I was just summarizing it for you.
What I'm saying, you're dodging the point of what I'm saying. You're
I don't think I'm dodging anything.
You should believe it.
Oh, I'm not relying on what somebody says.
Yeah, I'm not relying on what you said. That's what I'm saying. I want to see verified
proof. So do you want me to show you a picture? Do you want me to show you a picture of the beamline?
I don't.
Do you want me to show you a picture of the beamline pointing down?
So you think a picture is proof of something? I heard you actually say that. You think pictures is scientific proof.
I didn't say the word scientific proof.
Ridiculous. It's kind of ridiculous.
I definitely didn't say the word scientific proof. Do you want me to show you a picture of the beamline pointing down into the ground?
I can show you a picture of the flat Earth if you want to see it.
Okay, so is that a no? So you're not willing to hear any you're not willing to hear or see any evidence is what it sounds like?
I am. You literally just went in on it.
I'm
I just
trying
gave
to
another variable of how it could work, and you shut it down because.
But neutrinos don't bounce. Neutrinos don't bounce off of the ground.
That's the issue. Is you just don't want to accept that there could be other possibilities.
Because that's not a possibility.
How do you know?
Because I know how neutrinos behave.
But you haven't built one. You haven't tested it.
I haven't built Minos. I don't need to have built Minos to know how neutrinos behave. Neutrinos are pretty well understood.
I mean, I'm being honest. I don't know about them. So this
I know you don't. So you're just making shit up. I know.
When did I make up? What did I make up?
That neutrinos could bounce off of the ground.
No, I said that could be a possibility.
Except it can't be. So you made that up.
No, I don't know if it is or isn't. I'm just saying it could be.
Except it can't be.
This is the crazy
here's the
part.
picture.
Here's the difference between you and me. You're just blindly accepting all data you're told. I'm trying
Here's
to
the picture.
verify.
So I can just show you the picture really quick.
No verification.
Well, you're not trying to verify anything, right? If you were trying to verify it, you would go look into it.
You're the host.
Why not go look into
the
it?
shape of the Earth that literally claims to know all knowledge.
I never made that claim. By the way, here's the picture that my friend sent me.
Is there a way to verify this information?
This picture? Yeah, you could go look at the metadata if you wanted to.
Is that going horizontal or down?
He's looking up the tube.
If it's in the ground, how's it going up?
Because he's at the back.
Oh, so he's all the way in the ground looking up at this. Okay.
Yeah.
But I mean, this picture doesn't really say much, bro. It's just a picture.
Well, you wanted, I mean, this is a picture. This is like pretty compelling evidence that like this person who took this photo was there and did see it.
All it's damning evidence of is that a tunnel exists somewhere.
Well, I mean, this is a neutrino beamline on the right.
That could be a 5-year-old that took a picture of his dad at work.
Yep, I'm sure.
Believing it.
So Is there what degree of evidence would you require in order to believe that the Minos experiment did what they say they did? What degree of evidence would you require? Because it sounds like
something that I could repeat.
Oh, something that you could repeat. Oh, well, do you have a degree in physics? Because otherwise you're gonna have a really hard time repeating any experiment, right?
So you have to have a degree in physics to actually know the shape of the Earth.
Well, no, but if you want to do an experiment, then you might need a degree in physics, yeah.
You don't need a degree in physics to do an experiment.
I mean, to be able to design experiments and analyze the data well, yeah, you kind of do.
So hold on. So do you need a degree of physics, or do you need to know the steps to the scientific method?
Well, when you learn...
got quiet.
Poser.
What is it?
Poser.
Huh?
So when you get a degree in physics, that's when you learn how to conduct these kinds of experiments.
So you need a degree. So no one except for people with degrees can do the scientific method.
I didn't say that.
So then why did you not just say, oh, you could do it without the degree?
To learn the relevant knowledge.
You want
Poser.
to act like no one needs verification as long as a
Poser. Look,
I'm literally just explaining. You've been talking this whole time. I'm letting you talk. You can let me talk.
Well, look. So I'm trying to answer your question because you're strawmanning me.
I'm not strawmanning. I'm asking you a question. Do you need a diploma to actually do the scientific method, or can you just do it by yourself?
I never made the claim that you need a diploma to do the scientific method. I never made that claim.
But you never said you don't.
Yeah, why would I ever say that you don't? I don't just say that you don't. Like you also don't need a law degree to be a lawyer, but like that doesn't mean it's not highly recommended.
Actually,
you don't.
Actually, you have to pass a bar.
Yeah, and you don't need a law degree to pass the bar.
You have to pass. I didn't say a degree. I said you have to.
I did. I said you don't need a law degree to pass the. I said you don't need a law degree. Sorry, I have to mute you because you're interrupting. I said you don't need a law degree to be a lawyer, but that doesn't mean it's not recommended. Yeah. So I said you don't need a law degree in order to be a lawyer, and you said actually you do. So posing, do you want to correct the record because you've already okay. Do you want to replay the audio? We can do that.
Do you want to prove the globe or not? That's what
we're gonna replay the audio and catch you in a lie. That's what we're gonna do.
Prove the globe.
100,000 feet up. We're gonna catch you in a lie. Is what we're gonna do in physics. Yeah. All right. So I'm gonna mute you, and I'm gonna ask you to be respectful and respect the mute while we replay the audio. Okay. The data well. Yeah, you kind of do.
Why you gotta mute me? I'm trying to wait for you to prove the globe.
Because I'm catching you in a lie, so I'm asking you to respect that. Replay the audio. Okay. The data well. Yeah, you kind of do.
You're the one that says I'm trying to wait for you to prove the globe.
Because I'm catching you in a lie, so I didn't say that. Replay the audio. Okay. The data well. Yeah. I said you don't need a law degree. I said you don't need a law degree. I said you don't need a law degree, not that you don't need anything.
Like that. Here, this is called instead of he's trying to deflect.
It's not a deflection. Do you need a law degree in order to be a lawyer? Do you need a law degree to be a lawyer? Do you need a law degree in order to be a lawyer?
Can't prove the globe.
Actually, you know what I can do? I can just turn him down.
How about you prove the globe? This is what this whole lie's for.
So posing, do you need a law degree in order to be a lawyer?
So you want to prove the globe?
No, but I won't turn you back up until you answer the question.
No, he said it right there, y'all. He's not going to prove the globe. He can't prove the globe.
I'm not going to turn you back up until you answer the question. So posing as a poser, do you need a law degree? Do you need a law degree in order to be a lawyer? Do you need a law degree in order to be a lawyer? Do you need a law degree in order to be a lawyer? You know what's hilarious? Like, nobody can hear you but me. Okay. Do you need a law degree to be a lawyer? No. It's really, really quiet. I'm mic mogging you right now because I turned you down. Look, do you need a law degree to be a lawyer? Do you need a law degree to be a lawyer? Do you need a law degree to be a lawyer? Do you need a law degree to be a lawyer? Do you need a law degree to be a lawyer? Okay, but I didn't say that. Right, but I didn't say that. I didn't say that. I didn't say that. I said you don't need a law degree. So this is going to go on YouTube, and I'm just going to clip it where I said you don't need a law degree to be a lawyer, and then I'm going to put it next to you saying... So I'm going to put it next to you saying you said you don't need nothing.
How to become a lawyer when this guy claims to be a doctor.
Absolutely we are.
Because he can't prove the globe.
Yeah, because I just caught you in a lie.
I'm waiting for you. Can you prove the globe anytime soon? Be
I
nice.
already caught you in a lie. Nothing you say is going to be anything better than
so
dishonest.
Because I've already caught you in a contradiction, Mister. You don't need a degree to be a lawyer. No, you need to
Yeah,
pass
it's
the
true.
bar. You dipshit.
Obviously, yeah, you have to pass the bar. You don't need a
Yeah.
degree.
See, this
Which is what I
the
said.
issue. But you know what's crazy? You
That's
don't
what I
need
said.
jack shit to do science. You don't need nothing to do science.
So why did you assume? Why did you assume that I said you don't need anything to be a lawyer?
This dude doing anything but proving the globe. Why don't you?
Why
run the
did you
scientific
assume?
method?
Why
don't
did you assume?
Teach kids how to do a scientific method.
Oh boy, poser! I don't think you know, but
boy.
like I'm just good. This is like free content for me.
Oh, I'm just good. You're just good at talking all day.
So
aren't you?
poser, why did you assume that I said you don't need
Bro, why do you
anything to be a
claim be
lawyer?
doctor? Why do you claim to be a doctor? Do you have a
Poser.
doctorate, 10 years education in anything?
Poser, why
Or
is it that you
just
said?
self-proclaimed?
Oh, I'll have to turn you down again. I have to turn you down again. So why is it that you said that why is it that you said in order to be a lawyer you don't need nothing? So why did you say that I said that you don't need nothing to be a lawyer? I do have it. I have a PhD in physics, yeah. So why did you say that I don't need anything? A PhD is a doctorate, dumbass. Why did you say that I said you don't need anything to be a lawyer? Still nobody can hear you.
Our intellect has its limits. The Globers, they like to type on Google. You hear this dude type all day, and because he goes on Google and types, he thinks he knows everything. Like this is the difference.
We agree that your intellect does have a limit.
The humility of flat earthers to literally admit you don't know something. These guys won't do it.
Yep, you guys
This
definitely
dude
are
acts
good
like
at
he
admitting
knows
when you don't know
everything.
something. So why did you say that I said you don't need anything to be a lawyer?
Because you did say that. You said you don't need a degree. You said you don't need a degree.
I did say you don't need a degree.
And I corrected you and said you need to pass the bar.
Hold on, I never said you don't need to pass the bar.
This is a giant deflection. Just admit you can't
I'm
prove
turning you
the
down again. I never said that you didn't need to pass the bar. I never said that you didn't need to pass the bar. Do you day drink? So by the way, he's completely muted for anybody who's listening. I'm the only one who can hear him. So it sounds like you just maybe have a bad memory, because I definitely just said you don't need a law degree. You do, yeah. That would come with the day drinking. Yeah, so do you want to go back and actually we can just go back and replay this. We're just going to go back and replay this. Actually, I can do that in post. That's fine. We'll do it in post. Yeah, so I asked you what degree of evidence would you need? And so you said
5 minutes, no proof.
You've actually been here for 17 minutes, in case you didn't know. I know counting's hard for y'all.
Yeah, a good minute. That's what I was saying. Pretty much a good minute.
Yeah, sure.
Deflected to how
So
how
posing.
did someone become a lawyer instead of actually staying on topic?
So posing. Do you want to have like a back and forth?
Yeah, I'm ready for it.
Okay. So when we do a back and forth, it has to be like you talk, and then you stop talking, and then I talk, and then I stop talking, and then you talk, okay?
Yeah, the only difference is when I talk, you have to respect my time as well, just like I just respected yours.
Yeah, we can absolutely do a back and forth.
Let's do it.
Okay.
Let's not mute me and race quit this time.
Yeah, so let's start with saying that while it's true you don't need a physics degree to do good experiments, the kind of stuff that you learn in a physics degree is the kind of stuff that you need to learn to do good experiments. So while practically speaking, you could learn all of that on your own without getting a physics degree, you still will have learned the equivalent of a physics degree. So have you learned that? Have you learned that material that you need to learn?
See, for me, this is all just gatekeeping. This is you trying to test credentials, saying that because of I don't have this, this, and this, I can't do this or know this. And that's literally just that's a appeal to authority. That's assuming that just because you're talking to a guy with a degree, he knows everything in that, and a person out of the field would know nothing. When this is wrong. Truth comes from anywhere and everywhere. It doesn't need a degree to be true.
So look,
Hey, I'm sober. I'm actually I have a career. I'm actually at work. I'm taking a break. You guys can keep reaching all you want, but no, I come up here all the time to smoke this guy.
So you don't need a degree. My point is that there's certain stuff that you need to know in order to run a good experiment. Like, you need to know how to do statistical analysis. You need to know how to account for systematic error, right?
No, actually, from what I know, is what you need to do a good experiment is the scientific method and how to follow it its entirety.
Do you know what the last step of the scientific method is?
Usually repeat or conclusion.
No, well, maybe we learned it in different orders, but my understanding is the last step is analysis. You have to analyze the data that you collect.
Analysis is conclusion. It's the same thing.
So analysis is you take the data that you've collected from your experiment and you run it through statistical analyses. You do regressions, you do systematic error calculations, you do all sorts of things to check and to verify the quality of the data that you've produced and see if it actually agrees or disagrees with your hypothesis based off of the statistical significance of the data that you've collected.
You know, I watch your lives all the time. I've never seen you run one experiment.
You think I'm going to do an experiment on a live stream?
I think you should. I think if you call yourself doctor and you're holding hosts like or lives like this, then yeah. Bless you.
Yeah, so I don't have the equipment to do experiments in my home.
Why not? Can't you just go out and get it?
I could, but that's not what I'm here to do.
You call yourself a doctor and portray yourself as a scientist. I'm not understanding why you can't complete it with doing experiments.
Why I can't complete what?
The whole thing.
What whole thing?
This whole charade you got going on. This whole grifting process.
I mean, like, look, I'm not an experimentalist. There are experimental physicists and there are theoretical physicists.
It's not part of science.
So look, did you hear what I said?
So you're not going to answer my question?
Well, I did, but I think that you were thinking about what you wanted to say rather than listening to what I said.
No, I heard you. You said you don't do experiments. You do more of just analyzing data.
So I'm a theoretical physicist, not a experimental physicist.
You're still a scientist.
Yeah, sure.
So, but do scientists do experiments?
Depending on whether they're experimental scientists or not.
Wow, so you think there's scientists that don't do any experiments? There's not much of a scientist.
Yeah, myself. But do you want to talk to an experimentalist?
I guess that makes a lot of sense for you right now. So yeah, I guess that does make sense. You're not much of a scientist.
I'm a theorist, not an experimentalist. But here, let me introduce you to. Let me introduce you to
a theologist.
No, it's not. Let me introduce you to Quantanaut, who's an experimental physicist.
That's why the Bible biblical is considered theology.
So posing, I thought that we were gonna respect each other's time and do back and forths. So here's Quantanaut. Here's my friend Sean. He's the person who took the photo that I was showing you earlier. He's an experimental physicist, so he runs experiments.
Yes. Let's do this. Let's double team the flat earther.
Well, you wanted to talk to a person who does experiments, right? So
I design and run experiments.
Let's do it. You got an experiment for me, bro?
I mean, like any specific kind of experiment? I can tell you like what I've been working on recently.
Well, I mean, usually the one. Well, it don't matter. Honestly, go ahead. Whichever one. Let's do it. I mean,
cool. I've recently been running a beam test,
honest, so I can, I can analyze them and ask more critical questions. But if I'm open to learning, so if you got something new I haven't seen, I'm still willing. I just may not be able to. I may have to do research on it after I get off here. To be honest, just being honest.
Okay. Well, I mean, recently I've been doing a beam test. So we have a new design for a type of hadronic calorimeter, which is a type of particle detector that we plan to use in a future collider. But in order to test to make sure that the model expects as it should, according to simulations, we actually built a prototype and operated it at Thomas Jefferson National Lab, where we exposed it to 5.3 GeV positrons, so the antimatter version of electrons, and studied various properties of those showers, like shower shape, energy resolution, and position resolution. And we got it to match with a reasonable degree to the simulations.
So no presentation, just word vomit.
Do you want to see the plots? I can show you the plots if you like.
I literally want to see verification to the best I can on a TikTok live.
Yeah, okay, sure. Let me just pull up the overleaf document that I'm working on. I plan to publish very soon here.
I don't know if the host is talking to us or not, but we do not hear him.
Quanta, do you wanna just send it to me on Discord and I can pull it up, because otherwise nobody will be able. Otherwise it'll be tiny.
Ah, fair. Let me. Obviously, just don't dox my name.
Yep. I'm gonna probably take it into Paint and edit it really quick, actually.
I mean, it's just going to be like on the first page, right?
Oh, okay. So as long as I mean, I was just hoping for a screenshot. But yeah, okay.
Well, I mean, there's like a whole section of pages, and
okay. So as long as okay, so yeah, your name's not everywhere. So which page do you want me to show?
Let's see. You can show, for example, page 8.
Okay, let's go to page 8,
which compares the shower center of gravity positions for, again, these electromagnetic showers inside of the detector and how they compare to simulations.
So there you go. Is that what you wanted?
Yeah, that works.
Okay, sure. I'll mute myself again.
So for example, the blue dots are the actual data that we collected at Jefferson Lab from the prototype detector that I designed, built, and operated. And then the orange dots are the comparison to a simulated version of our detector. And the whole point is that we want to verify the simulated model and make sure that it matches the description and that we're not like missing anything.
But what are you testing?
And as you can see, they match. They match
what are you testing?
To a pretty.
What are you testing?
We're testing the detector, the detector response.
Detecting what? The was it
positrons?
Not neutrons. What'd you say it was?
Positrons.
Positrons.
This is the antimatter version of an electron.
And you're trying to shoot them into a detector?
Yes.
From where?
It's Thomas Jefferson National Accelerator Laboratory. So there's a particle accelerator that we've shot into
it. Shooting it in a lab to the detector? What's the point that's supposed to prove?
What?
What is the point that it's supposed to prove?
That it matches the simulation. Like we have a model of how we expect the detector should work, but the only way to verify that is to go out and actually compare it with real data that we collect.
Yeah, but I'm not understanding what is the major point.
Well, like for instance, we expect to have a certain position resolution of like being able to reconstruct where the beam came from, how well it's able to reconstruct the energy of that beam, for example. And from simulations, we have expectations of how that should work. But to verify that those simulations are accurate, accurately represent the detector in real life, we actually have to go out and shoot a real beam at it and see if the actual reconstruction matches what we expect from the simulations.
Yeah, but I'm still not understanding that if you shoot a beam at a detector, how this is going to prove one versus the other.
Well, because we have a simulated version of our detector where we shoot a simulated beam at it, and we get a simulated response from our detector. And that says that our detector should have so-and-so energy resolution at this energy. It should be able to resolve the position to, some number of millimeters and everything. So we send in a beam where we know what it actually should be, and we compare it.
I guess, forgive me, but I'm going to just double confirm because, I assumed he brought you up for a reason, but you do realize, we're trying to fundamentally prove globe or flat. So, that's why I'm asking, what is the proof in this? What is it saying?
This is unrelated to the shape of the Earth. You just asked me, I told you this is an experiment that I've been working on recently.
Let's change it up to something that proves it, because that's the whole point. Is why you're here, is to help the host.
Okay. There's a similar. Yeah, there is the Minos neutrino experiment, which I believe Blitz showed the photo that I took earlier. That does use the curvature of the Earth in the experiment.
Yeah, my bad. Go ahead. What was it about? Because I think that's what he was wanting you to tell me with that. So go ahead.
Oh, yeah, sure. And that one, a particle beam is aimed down into the Earth at about a 3.3 degree slope. Using a particle called a neutrino, which is able to pass through an enormous amount of solid material, and hundreds of miles away. So the beam is located in Illinois at Fermilab in Batavia, and there's a detector that detects neutrinos located in a mine in Sudan, Minnesota, and
so
we're aiming the beam down into the ground.
Hold on, real quick.
Yeah?
One was in Minnesota, and where's the other location?
It's
Illinois.
Batavia, Illinois to Sudan, Minnesota.
Okay, so you're not even trying to go through the Earth. You're just.
No, we are.
But if it's
about a 3-degree incline.
But what I'm. Oh, okay, so you're not shooting it through the Earth. You're shooting it like through a mountain, because technically they're both in America, right? I heard that correct.
It's definitely
both in
going
America,
through the Earth.
Yeah, there is an actual measurable dip between the two locations.
Okay,
and
I
it's
guess I
about
was
3 degrees.
expecting you guys to like literally shoot it straight down through like China.
Well, no, it's not straight down. However, if you want an experiment that does that, while we don't have an accelerator that is aiming straight down, we can use a natural source of neutrinos. In the case of the Super Kamiokande Neutrino Observatory, which measures the neutrinos being emitted from the sun.
By the way, just as a graphic aid, oops, sorry, didn't mean to make myself smaller. Just as a graphic aid, here's what's happening. Obviously not the scale, but the point is they're shooting it down into the ground a little bit, and then it passes
at an angle.
10 kilometers. Yeah, at an angle. It passes at its deepest. Right. Nobody ever said it was straight into the ground. It was 3 degrees down.
You did. Way earlier,
I said
you
3 degrees down into the ground. I said 3 degrees. And at its deepest part, it's 10 kilometers underground. And then it swings back up because the Earth is a sphere. And they pick it up in Sudan.
See, that's where I would say it's an assumption. This isn't a very good proof of it. It doesn't seem like it's actually.
What's being assumed here?
At all. Well, first of all, the shape of the Earth. Because every time I say because it's a sphere, you shouldn't actually have to tell us that. It should be we're pulling this
the whole point
ourselves.
is that if the Earth was not a sphere, it would be aiming in the wrong direction, and we wouldn't actually see a signal at the detector. But we do.
No, I would argue that it's 100% getting a signal because you're pointing it that way.
But if the
You're
Earth
not
was
pointing
flat,
it
we'd be
straight
pointing
down.
in the wrong direction. We'd be pointing far below the detector.
I mean, I don't know where you're pointing, but it doesn't seem like you're pointing it into the Earth. It seems like you're aiming it where you want to point it. You're pointing it, you received it, and
So-
now you're saying it must be a globe.
If the Earth is flat and you have two things and one of the things points downwards at an angle of 3 degrees, won't it end up below the other thing?
I mean, it depends on where you put the. I don't know all the detail where
Here,
the other.
I sent
hold on,
two diagrams that might help.
Respect my time. What I'm saying is that I was given the indication that it was 100% going through the Earth, not skimming across the top of the layer, trying to prove a point that's not really being proven. If it went through the core and out to another end, then maybe you have something solid here, but you're shooting it across a state line
Yeah, downward
at a percentage angle, so not straight
at 3
down.
degrees.
Yeah.
No, of course it's not.
So
Of course it's not straight down.
You and me are saying the same thing in two different ways.
So
you're not pointing it
I
straight
mean,
down,
we
you're
could
pointing it across
we
at an
could use
angle.
one that does go through the core.
Like, how do you even know what's the elevations of the ground? Are they on sea level straight across?
So we can. So look,
It got
if
quiet.
you
It
assume
got
the
quiet.
Earth is
Like that's a question y'all
I'm-
never actually asked because it goes
no,
against your
I've
worldview.
literally been asked this question before, and I was about to give you an answer. Okay,
Yeah.
so we can just calculate if the Earth is flat. We can calculate how much drop the like how much lower than ground level the
Sea
neutrino
level,
beam
yeah.
would end up at after 720 or 730 kilometers, and I think it's like 12 kilometers or something. So basically, you would have to have either the source is on a 12-kilometer tall mountain, or the target is 12 kilometers underground, or somewhere in between. Maybe one is on a 6-kilometer tall mountain, the other one's 6 kilometers underground. That's the only way it could work on a flat Earth, right?
So
because
what-
it's pointed down at a certain angle and it travels for 730
That
kilometers.
didn't really answer what I was asking. I asked what is the actual levels of altitude on each location.
Oh, we can Google that if you want. So I know that the detector in Sudan is like 700 feet underground, I think.
That sounds right.
And I know that the one in Fermilab is not that deep. I think it's like less than 100 feet underground, I think. And
Wait,
so
hold on,
it's
hold
like
on. So
9
what's
stories,
about
I think.
100? Where did you shoot it from? The one from 100 or one from 700?
the one from like 100.
So, oh my lord! So you're shooting it from the higher one, pointing it slightly down,
Yep.
going to the
Yep.
lower one.
Yeah.
It is
So
flat, y'all. It is flat. You just proved it's flat.
so
Holy
posing.
cow. It would be more. Hold on. Let me finish. I'm gonna let you have your time. It would be much more convincing if this went through the core of the Earth and into China.
So 3.3 degrees.
Sea level and altitude. You gave me the answer. You shot it
Times
from
700.
down
Yeah, of course it will.
on a flat plane.
It's okay. We'll do it anyway.
It's
So,
crazy, bro. Hey,
do you
bro,
know how many? I'm sorry, I got the numbers way off. Do you know how many? So if you point something downward,
You should have at least said from the 700 going down to the 100.
So posing, I thought we were going to respect each other's time. I thought we were going to respect each other's time. Posing.
Okay, my bad. No, you good. My
so
bad.
if you point something down at a 3.3 degree angle, which is the angle that it's pointed down at.
Yeah, but this is a claim that I'm, trusting you on.
You can trust Quantanaut on that. Quantanaut has seen. Yeah, you can go there. You can go there yourself. Quantanaut's been there personally.
You know what? I didn't even mean to interrupt. Keep on talking, buddy.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So if you point something down to the ground at a 3.3 degree angle, we have to convert it to radians. So that's why I multiplied by pi and divided by 180. But that's not really relevant. If it then travels 730 kilometers, the end result would be 42 kilometers lower than where it started.
Awesome. So my turn, right?
So just to clarify,
okay, you go ahead, keep going.
Yeah. So just to clarify, the original target, or the target, is only 600 meters lower than the source. So you have 41.4 kilometers unaccounted for.
Awesome. So now it's my turn to talk.
Go ahead.
So here's how I'm hearing this. You guys basically, and I know this isn't correct, but just hear me out. Y'all basically, if this was above ground, someone shot from up in a skyscraper of maybe 50 stories up, a ray shooting at a degree downward 2 states over to someone on the ground level. Is basically what you guys just did.
No.
Yes.
No, not really.
No.
Yes.
The trig does not work out like that.
Deny all you want, but in a roundabout way, I just explained what you guys just did. And it proved nothing about the globe.
So do you understand the calculation that I did?
I have to trust the calculation you did. I understand it, but the problem is
you don't have to trust it. It's basic trig.
If you understand it, you don't have to trust it. You can just look at it yourself. Sure you can.
I can't verify the angle of which the shot was taken from, the distance, or the... I'm trusting all of this. And even with the trust...
Again, it's publicly available. You can just go there.
Yeah, I can't. So I have to go there to verify it. That's called verification.
The important so I'm not asking you to verify the input data, the 3.3 and the 730. Those you do have to verify yourself, or you can trust it. That's up to you. I'm just asking, do you think that the calculation with those data points are correct? Once you give me those data points, do you think that the end result, the implication being that if you aim it down at a 3.3 degree angle over 730 kilometers, then you'll end up 42 kilometers down?
I'm saying that I think exactly what you guys pulled off could be pulled off on a flat earth and then spoken in a way to confuse a bunch of people just like you're doing.
So that's a no then.
I literally just said it. You guys can pull this off on a flat earth and act like you're shooting it through the earth, but you're not. Well,
no.
Technically you are, but not through the curvature of the earth or through the core of it.
You know what we should do?
Let me finish. You're shooting it across the skim of the surface of the earth is all you're doing.
We can bring up a different neutrino experiment that actually does go through the core of the earth if you like.
So just as a before we do that, just as an experiment, let's figure out. Let's say that one of them is 100 meters below ground, or what did you say it was? It was 10 stories, so it's like 30 meters below ground.
Yeah, I forgot what you said.
Okay, so let's say that one is...
And technically it actually goes a little bit above ground too, if you see the diagram that I'd sent.
Well, we're figuring out from the emission point, right?
Yeah, sure.
So let's say that this is in meters, so we have to divide, or we have to multiply, or we have to so it's like it's like 100 feet and then 700 feet, so it's like 600 feet. So we have to divide that by 3. Or divide it by 3.3, and then also divide it by 1,000 to get it into kilometers. So what we're going to do, 600 feet. So it's 600. Let's say that the target is 600 feet lower than the source, right? Because what you're saying is that they're basically just pointing it directly at the source by angling it down into the ground, right?
I mean, why are they not leveled?
So hold on.
It would have been harder to argue this on my side if they were on the exact same level.
So I can explain that, but what you're suggesting is that what's actually happening is they're just aiming one thing at the other, and there's no curvature, right?
I mean, technically, they are directly aiming one at the other.
On a flat Earth, right?
Well, no, on yours. They have to make a line.
Well, on a round Earth, they are. On a flat Earth, they're not. Unless that's what you're saying is happening, and the Earth is flat.
No, I'm saying that they're either underground or not underground. They're at two different levels. Saying that they're pointing down with is not directly down. It's at an angle down. So they're just doing
do you know what that angle would be, though?
Yeah. So
do you know what that angle would be?
So what we're gonna do?
Like 0.3 or 3.3.
So what we're gonna do is we're going to assume that the Earth is flat, and we're going to assume that you just have to point it down so that it drops 600 feet over the 730 miles. Okay.
Well, you're doing it at the exact same angle. It's not point because remember I clarified.
So here we can just solve.
Real quick,
we can just solve for the angle.
Real quick, this is what I'm trying to say. That you're missing the point of what I'm saying. If you pointed it straight down at a complete, what is it called, 90-degree angle across of the horizon, you're straight down. That would be a better argument. You're not pointing it down. I clarified that with you like literally 2
That's not the claim.
Is this straight down or is this at an angle?
So look, all I'm saying is that we should be able to figure out what angle you should have to point it down at so it drops 600 feet, right? We should be able to figure out that angle. It's just a triangle. And so I'm just going to tell the computer to solve for that angle. That angle is 0.014 degrees. But it's actually angled down at 3.3 degrees. So it's angled at the wrong angle to hit the target if the Earth was flat.
No, you're just saying that. The issue is I don't know.
I'm just saying that. You just did the calculation.
The math is right there.
Can I finish what I'm saying?
The math isn't just for looks.
Yeah, what I'm saying is you're saying that this wouldn't work on a flat Earth is just saying that. I'm literally
well, we just checked the math.
Hold on, let me finish. Literally based off of your math and your information and questions I'm asking you, I demonstrated how it pretty much can be shown on a flat Earth.
But I just showed you that it doesn't. I just showed you that the angle's wrong on a flat Earth.
Let me finish.
Oh, I thought you were done. My bad. Go ahead.
Thank you. You just saying it can't be done on a flat Earth doesn't prove anything.
So let me clarify. I'm not saying that if the Earth was flat, you couldn't angle it down. I'm saying that if the Earth was flat, they're angling it at the wrong angle to hit the target.
See, this is all like this is nuance. We don't. I can't.
Yeah, we're doing nuance.
All I'm saying is that the actual information you gave me can work on a flat Earth. Definitely the way
not with the angle. Not with an angle of 3.3 degrees. No, it can't.
Like you keep. I don't even know if the altitudes are correct, and you're trying to tell me, but the angle.
Again, you can go there.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So I'm not. Bottom line, you're not convincing me of shit. Y'all have two doctors up here.
I've been there.
Low IQ
I can verify.
And I'm pretty much schooling you guys.
If you think that you're schooling us when you're saying the math is false, I don't know how to help you.
I said the math was false. I said this could work on a flat Earth and gave you a
not at a 3.3 degree angle downwards. It can't.
Yes, it could.
No, it can't. We did the math.
That's a nuance. That's a nuance thing. That
the nuance makes it impossible to work.
Yeah, and we have to verify this.
Quantanaut has.
The issue I'm having.
I was
this
there.
Experiment could work on a flat Earth.
Not at this angle.
This is all nuance.
You're calling it nuance because it proves you wrong.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, I don't think nuance means what you think it means.
I'm calling it nuance because what you guys are doing could work on a flat Earth. The numbers cannot be confirmed because I can't verify them.
Oh well, but you can. You can go. You can go there yourself. You can check it yourself.
Am I supposed to do that right now?
I mean, you could.
If you wanted to, sure.
So this is what I'm saying though, but y'all can't verify it with me right now, so I have to trust you guys.
I took a photo.
100%.
I was there.
What you guys, this is the issue I'm saying. Let me say this without being interrupted. Hopefully you guys, bright, high QI minds, can understand this. The process of shooting at one level and then a almost 500, if not more feet difference to another angle at a slight incline down can be done on a flat plane. The numbers are nuances. Yep, got quiet.
The numbers are the
this
important
is where
bit,
it becomes. We need verified proof.
Look,
which I did verify.
You got anything else? I got a little bit longer, otherwise I gotta go. But I don't mind,
we can briefly mention the Super Kamiokande Neutrino Observatory, which actually does have neutrinos
that's also
traveling
fun.
through the center of the Earth.
You said it one more time. I didn't hear you.
So there's an
Super
observatory in
Kami
Japan.
Konde.
So
One at a time. One at a time.
So there's an enormous detector in Japan. It's called Super Kami Konde. It's like I could show you pictures of it. It's really truly enormous. Let me show you a picture. The picture I'm going to show you is before it was filled with water. Here we go. Oops, sorry, that's the wrong thing.
The service that they actually use kayaks.
Yeah. So this is a picture of the detector, and what you're seeing on the right is a kayak with people in it. And this is like it's like a truly enormous detector, and what it does is it detects neutrinos. And the important point is that most of the neutrinos that we get are from the sun, and you can check this by basically figuring out what direction the neutrinos are coming in. That's pretty easy with the detector. You can figure out what direction the neutrinos are coming from, and when the sun is up, you can tell that they're coming from the direction of the sun, right? Like during the daytime. And so what you can do is you can just keep tracking all throughout the day. And what you'll find is at midnight, in the middle of the night, the neutrinos are now coming from below, not from above. So we have a source of neutrinos that's rotating throughout the day. As the day goes on, it completely tracks the sun. And then once it becomes nighttime, now those neutrinos start to coming up from below until midnight or so, when they're basically coming up from straight down.
I mean, couldn't that just be I mean, I don't know how this works, but I do know the sun is absorbed into the ground. That's why the ground stays hot.
Wait,
you
what?
Didn't know that? You didn't know that? That's literally how, like, maybe you don't know that because...
The neutrinos are directed from the sun, by the way.
No, but you're missing what I'm saying. I don't know if the...
Wait, do you think that the Earth, like, absorbs the sun at night?
No, well, it absorbs the heat. That's why I'm wondering if it absorbs the neutrinos.
No,
from the
it's
sun.
it's not heat that creates neutrinos. It's nuclear fusion.
That's not,
that comes
you're
from the
missing what
sun.
I'm saying. You're missing completely what I'm saying.
It's literally the core of the sun that creates neutrinos.
You're missing. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying the ground absorbs the heat of the sun. This is why when it snows, it will melt the second it touches the asphalt and not the grass.
Sure.
Yeah, we're not tracking heat. We're tracking neutrinos.
How we
This
know
is a
it's not
nuclear
absorbing
process.
the neutrinos and then releasing them at the end of the day.
That's not how
neutrinos work.
That's not how neutrinos work.
You can't hold a
I'm
neutrino.
really just asking questions at this point. This is why I'm saying that you guys are just starting with assumptions of how it must be this.
Well, because we know how neutrinos work. They're like really well understood. We've been studying them for over 100 or for about 100 years.
See, I love when people say we because that's a inclusive brainwash mentality.
You're right. Okay, so Quantanaut and I know how neutrinos work.
I literally heard you. Let me finish.
Again, I'm actually like, in this community.
When people, okay, see, they don't want me to talk because I'll literally bring up valid points. When people say we, that's them using other people's research because they have lacked the actual ability to do it themselves. If he would have done it himself and know himself, he would have said, I am confident and I know Nutrion. Notice how
I'm actually involved in these collaborations.
We because he's
particle
putting
physics.
himself in a group with a brainwash mentality.
My name is literally in these sorts of groups.
I'm talking about one to talk about the host. He's the one that said we, and two, anyone who does this is a brainwash mentality. Like the same one where we say they set it up. They tell you this, and you're like, who's the they? The same as the we.
I can tell you exactly who they are.
When I say we, I mean physicists in general.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you're putting yourself in a group.
Which I'm in that group. Yeah,
other people.
that is the group that I'm in.
Speak for
It's also the group
ourselves.
that Quanta is in.
Yes.
Let's speak for ourselves.
Okay, so I know how neutrinos work. Quantanaut knows how neutrinos work. And
Yes.
neutrinos
And while
are
I'm
not
on that
absorbed
specific
and then re-emitted.
While I'm not on that specific experiment, I am involved with experiments that involve neutrinos.
And while I was an undergrad, I was involved in similar.
It's called a charge current interaction, by the way.
This is all just a giant. That's why I keep saying the globe is a giant. Trust me, bro. You just got to be told you're not.
You asked for an
educated
experiment.
enough. Just trust the people who are educated, and they will never fundamentally prove it.
So you asked for an experiment. This is an example of an experiment that tracks
and I ripped it apart.
So you ripped apart this experiment based off of a poor understanding of neutrinos?
No, you gave me an experiment, the one where you were talking about the shooting of the ray from state to
Yeah.
state, and I ripped it apart and showed how it could work on a
You
flat Earth.
ripping it apart relies on not understanding the trigonometry that I did in like
No,
2
I
seconds.
understand the trigonometry. I'm literally putting in a nuance of the numbers and a bunch of information I can't verify, and showing that if you loosely
I have a quick
look at the
question.
idea,
What does SOHCAHTOA
if
mean?
you look at the loose idea of what is going on, you can do this. You can put a
No, we're not gonna get an
triangle
answer
on
for
an
that, are
actual
we?
flat plane. So like this is the issue I have here.
Poser.
Earth's layer is thick, and the whole top layer of the Earth is whole thick. So
Poser,
you put a little triangle right in there.
Poser,
Does
quick
that
question.
curve?
Do you know what SOHCAHTOA means?
No, go ahead, educate me.
Oh boy. I thought you understood the trigonometry.
Are you gonna kick me now?
No, but I thought you understood the
literally
trigonometry.
First thing that you learn
I
in doing
understand
trig.
trigonometry. Doesn't mean I mastered it. There's a difference. I understand what the
Trigonometry.
process is. I've actually looked very much into it. I actually want to actually start using it to see if I can actually try and start, seeing the measurements of stuff.
Oh, bless your heart.
Oh yeah, awesome, bro. See,
Kwanzaa, are you from the
This
Midwest?
is the funny part about it. You guys can't
Yes.
prove the globe.
That checks
you
out.
just gotta insult me.
Well, no, I mean, you said that you understood the trigonometry, and then I asked you what
I do.
SOHCAHTOA was.
Trigonometry is math using triangles to do measurements.
That's-
Am I wrong?
Not to do measurements, no. Trigonometry,
don't do
like
measurements with
SOHCAHTOA is the
Oh,
fundamental
so you don't
rule.
use trigonometry to do measurements?
SOHCAHTOA is the fundamental
So you're not
rule
gonna
of trigonometry.
answer yes or no to that.
I
You're
thought
just
that we were
gonna-
respecting each other's time.
Well, I asked you a question. Can you not answer it? So trigonometry is not used to measure at all.
No, rulers and stopwatches are used to measure.
Okay, so next time someone tells me they use trig to measure the sun, I'm gonna tell them, well, you should go talk to Blitz that he said that you can't do that.
Yeah, they should say they use trig to calculate the distance from the sun based off of measurements.
Yeah, that's part of the
So-
analysis, not the
So,
measurement.
okay, I will make sure from now on to tell people you did not measure using trigonometry, because people
Yeah.
be saying you can measure
Trigonometry is not a
Google.
tool. It's not a physical
Well,
measuring
technically
device.
speaking, a ruler is a tool.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
So
why
you're
a
doing
ruler
the
is
same
something you
thing.
measure with.
So this is hilarious to me because usually Globers like to tell me you use trigonometry to measure. Now you guys are telling me you can't just because I'm telling you I already know what it is.
Well, no, because
Anything
your
that
representation
keeps
of
the
what
flat earther
trigonometry
from being
was
right.
incorrect.
This is the issue. You guys are have so much confirmation bias.
Ah,
least
yes,
I can admit I
definitely
don't know what I'm
us
looking
with
for
confirmation bias. So,
It is
Poser,
confirmation bias.
Poser, here's my issue.
Trigonometry is 100% used to measure based off of calculations, and you don't want me to be right,
Poser.
so you're trying to deny that.
Poser, here's my issue. You don't know the first thing about trigonometry, and yet you lied to me
I do.
earlier
I
saying
just
that you.
said
I thought we were respecting each other's time.
Well, then don't gaslight me and say I don't know when I'm actually correct.
Look, SOHCAHTOA is the first thing about trigonometry, but you don't know what that is. So it's clear to me that you don't know the first thing about trigonometry.
Is triangles and measurements.
Trigonometry is not triangles and measurements. Trigonometry is a specific branch of mathematics.
Based off of what?
Based off of circles, actually.
Oh, so no, not a single angle, huh?
Do you think
The-
hyperbolic
no
trig
angles?
functions would break him?
Yeah.
See, you know what's hilarious? This is what happened last time that caused you to rage quit.
Mhm.
Is you kept trying to quiz me, and I kept proving you actually do know what I'm talking about, and actually why are you deflecting from fundamentally proving the globe, which is why we're all here. You brought up your sidekick, and I still flat smacking you guys.
Are
I'm
you?
not convinced it's a globe.
Yeah, I know. Your
Uh-huh.
standard of evidence is absurdly high for the globe, but it's not absurdly high for anything else because you're
No, it's
hypocritical
actually high
and
for everything. It's
inconsistent.
literally high for everything. It's just there's more fundamental evidence that proves the flat Earth, and you guys get triggered by that.
I don't actually think that you've offered any evidence for the flat Earth, but that's neither
Well,
here nor there.
if you want,
Poser,
if you
I'm
want
about
to give me my
40.
time, I can literally explain it.
So, Poser, I'm about 40 minutes past my usual end time, and I have a dentist appointment soon. Do you have any final words that you'd like to say before I let you go?
Yeah, real quick, if you don't.
Every time.
Never gets old.
Never gets old. All right, Quanta, thanks for being here. I'll catch you later.
Yeah. Yeah, happy to be up.
Bye-bye. All right, I'm going to read some super chats, and then I'm going to, and then I got to run to my dentist appointment. All right, let's read some super chats really quick. From Reverend Nate, I'm way behind, by the way. From Reverend Nate, I'd like to hear more about 9/11 Lord of the Rings TikTok or Twin Towers lore. Yeah, it was 2 towers, not Twin Towers. Look, it's easy to get them confused. From Tim Davidson with the $5. Science know it. It doesn't know everything. Because if we did, it would stop. Yeah, that's a good point. If we knew everything, we'd stop doing science. From Brian Peck with the $5. Captain Oppositional Defiance Disorder claimed you rage quit. He did. And he's probably going to do it again too, because, you know, I just pulled a fast one on him. From Dr. Fudge with the $2. He is so drunk. He might be, but he also could have been on break at, like, you know, wherever he works. From Gretchen with the $5, Doctor at Blitz, you should go out in the red dirt of your home state of Mars and experiment on black holes with 3-foot sticks via Discord. Did I nail it? You absolutely did. Absolutely. From Trent Rez with the $5, never fear, Flurf is here, and he's getting to the bottom of things like the bottom of a bottle of whiskey. Y'all are funny. From Nekdu with the $5, so we have to prove everything to your absurd standards whenever you demand, caller. We can play that game too. Where's Jesus? Present him now. Yeah, right? Like, show me the Jesus. I want to know where the Jesus is. Where's the body? From Jeremiah Murphy with the $5, this guy's comprehension is like mine when someone shouts a cookie recipe to me in Esperanto. I don't know Esperanto either, for that matter. From Germs Rosalino with the $10. Thank you so much, Germs. It's always good to see you. Poser is what happens when the US repeatedly guts the education system over the course of 30 years or so. Blitz didn't cover anything you couldn't learn in high school. The unearned confidence is wild. It absolutely is. I mean, it's crazy. Like, our education system is embarrassingly bad. In some parts of the country, anyway. From Garba Gaiman with the 5 Canuck bucks, thank you so much and good to see you. Everyone knows the subterranean mole people absorb neutrinos during the day and emit them at night. It powers the tunnel digging machines. Oh, that makes sense. It's all coming together now. Oh no, I just ruined my hair tie. Oops. From Trent Rez with the $5, if you're a scientist that doesn't do every science experiment in the world, you are a trust me bro and brainwashed. Duh, Blitz. Oh my god, it's so true. You know what? If I haven't done every experiment, I must be brainwashed. You got me. From Blancs with the $5, maybe one day through the power of friendship and anime, the caller can understand basic trig. Oh, I don't know a single flat earther who actually does know basic trig. From Bob the Monitor with the $5, this guy sounds super insecure about his own lack of knowledge and projects it onto everyone smarter than him. The funny thing about, sorry, this is a good point, but going back to the trig thing, the overlap between people who don't know, so the Venn diagram composed of people who say, when am I ever going to use this in real life? And flat earthers, with regards to trig, is a circle within a circle, right? Not everybody who says, when am I going to use this in real life, is a flat earther. But everybody who's a flat earther has said, when am I going to use this in real life when it comes to learning trig in high school? From Germs Rosalino with the 10 Dr. Blitz gift memberships. Thank you so much, Germs. I appreciated it. And I'm sure everybody that's listening that got a membership appreciates it too, because now they have access to my debate notes, which has access to all of the links that I showed you guys and that I used during these debates. If you want access to them, it's like $4 or $5 a month, and it supports the live stream. So consider it. You also get access to emojis and stuff too. From Jessica Transmetal Alchemist, great name by the way, with the $5 Australian. You're just putting yourself in a group. Yeah, that's how organizations and communities work. It's true. That is how organizations and communities work. But you don't want to debate anti-science folks? That's fine. You don't have to. Then you, like, this is done for free. It's just if you want to support me, that's a good way to do it. From Literally Lou with the $5 Australian. Thank you so much, Lou. Always good to see you here. By the way, I have debated Caleb before. I used to debate him a lot, but then he became a Nazi, and so I don't debate Nazis anymore. Or I don't debate people who were Nazis, or who are Nazis. So yeah, he likes to come in here and beg to come up, which is very funny, but I will never let him up. He will never be welcome on my live stream. I will never talk to him ever again. It's, you know, once a bigot, always a bigot. I'm not so concerned about appeasing somebody who said that Hitler did nothing wrong. Or rather, Hitler was in the right. So yeah, you know, he'll never be brought up, and he'll keep begging forever. And it will always be funny for me. Anyway, remember to join the Discord if you're 18 years or older. It's discord.gg/drblitz. I'll see you there. In the meantime, I'm going to go run to the dentist and hope that I don't have a cavity. Take care, everybody.